I am Juliet Selassie Etepe. I'm a journalist with the Business and Financial Times, and I'm going to be your MC. And just a security briefing, I invite Mr. Allen from the hotel we are at now, the Palms by Eagle, to give us a brief security briefings before we start. Yes, I see Alan coming. But then before Alan joins me here, look at somebody and smile. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so good morning, and I welcome you to the Palms by Eagles. And of course, this is the airport city where we are. Your safety is our priority, and I can assure you that our property is monitored 24/7, and staff are well trained to respond to an emergency. Now, in case of an emergency, of course, if you are a guest, obviously, then you would have a phone to dial 100 for immediate assistance. And of course, if you are a guest that is in one of our rooms, we encourage you to use the P-hole and not to open your doors to unexpected visitors. Now, in our rooms are also safes, very much dedicated for the protection of your valuables. Should you think that the safe is not right and you want to keep it elsewhere, then you need to speak to our reception. There's an evacuation map on every floor, and this is particular for those who are residents. Now, our security level today is normal. We haven't had any briefing that is contrary to the status. Access control is in place for all guests who are residents. They require a key card to access your room. Now, where staff can only access, they are remain locked so that we don't have strangers into our premises. At all times, our public areas are monitored, and if there's an event, we fall back on our CCTV to help us retrieve anything that is missing. So should you put your phone somewhere or should you misplace it, we can always rely on our CCTV to take us through and help you find your item. If you see any unattended bag, any loitering, just draw attention to it. We'll let security look at it and work on. Key control, if you have a key, master key that you lose, please let us know so we can return it to you. All deliveries from vendors and suppliers are done through the security desk, and they are well covered so we can know who is a foreigner or who is an alien to us in this regard. The emergency protocols are as follows. Of course, should there be a fire, which we doubt, we deploy or go into this mode of rescue. Alarm, raise the alarm, contain the situation, extinguish or evacuate. So we do have some fire extinguishers here, but I doubt if there will be any fire today. Now we have two exits. There's one behind where the pull-up stands are, and then there's also one at the exit. So should something happen that we need to exit, we would use those two exits out. Should there be a threat, we say that you either run or you hide or you fight as hard as you can. But I'm sure that would also not arrive because there are security in most parts of our premises. If the security threat is high, there's always a code red, and the staff would guide staff to safe areas. And of course, should there be an emergency, the swimming pool area, of course, we don't go into the pool, but the pool is so shallow that even if you stand in it, your head will be way above the water level. Now, the primary evacuation point or assembly point is, of course, our very parking areas, which is right in front of the hotel and to the side. And of course, if there are a lot of people, we would use a swimming pool and other areas dedicated as assembly points. These are numbers you could call For security 24/7, 100 is to dial, is the number to call. Same with the duty manager. Now, and I say this because sometimes people step out of the hotel. So if you find yourself outside the hotel and you need to call the police, it's 192. If you need to call the fire service, it's 193. If you need to call an ambulance, it's 194. If we need to bring NADMO here, it's 185. And of course, if you're engaged in a road accident, 192, 193, 194 is very important. These are general information that we provide, but we believe that somehow one day you may have need to call these numbers even when you have left the hotel. The washrooms, you exit at the other end, you turn left, straight ahead of you is the washroom. There are enough washrooms to take care of all of us here. Neat, simple, and very friendly as well. And of course, there's one that is at our front desk area. But of course, for this location, the one just by the holding area is where you should go. Or I recommend you go there. Now, a little brief about the hotel. We are located proudly in Accra and also proudly in Takoradi. In Accra, we have our beautiful hotel here, and we also have 2 apartment blocks in the airport residential area. In Takoradi, we are in Planters, we are in Alliance, and we also have a lodge. So if you ever find yourself in Takoradi, please do well to patronize our hotel, our Planters, Alliance, and lodge. For all those who are here, we promise you a 5 to 10% discount promotion who engage our services between now until the end of 31st December 2026. Our services are always our rooms, our meeting rooms, and all. Let me also say that as far as food and beverages are concerned, we also provide that. My name is Alan Kwei. I'm the head of marketing. And if you want to take advantage of this promotion, it's 05511 44499. You never know when you may want to bring a private event here, or your institution will want to hold a meeting here or organize an event here. So I'm here. I'm sitting at the very back in that regard. You want the number again? It's on the screen. Okay. 055 11 44499. Is it clear? And the name is Alan Kwei, head of marketing. Thank you for your attention. Enjoy your stay here. And at any time, we would welcome your feedback on the services that we provide here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. So when he was giving us the brief and he mentioned that there's an exit door here and there, at a point, I thought I was a flight attendant, so I was going to be doing the action they do. But I just remembered I'm the MC for today and not a flight attendant. That's just on a lighter note. Ladies and gentlemen, we are riding on the theme, securing trade, the role of marine cargo insurance and risk management and trade facilitation. Ghana continues its efforts to strengthen its position as a regional trade and logistic hub. The movement of goods across borders and through our ports has become increasingly important to economic growth and business competitiveness. At the same time, discussions around marine cargo insurance have gained renewed prominence, particularly as stakeholders consider the implementation of reforms aimed at increasing local participation, improving compliance, and ensuring that businesses are adequately protected against cargo-related risks. Today's forum, therefore, comes at a crucial time. Ladies and gentlemen, to officially welcome us, it is my pleasure to welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the Business and Financial Times, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Godwin Akwe. A round of applause for him as he joins us for the opening remarks.
Thank you, Juliet. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The good morning is not too strong. Good morning. Thank you. I am so elated this morning because once again, I've been given the opportunity to learn from the insurance industry. For the past few days, or perhaps a week, I have been reading around the topic which we'll be discussing today. And I perhaps previously took a lot for granted. So think about this. The car you rode in, the food, some of the food, even the water we are taking this morning, all came here through the sea, perhaps. Yes, we think they are there, the car you are riding in is just as a matter of course. It is the insurance companies who secure all these that we see, we enjoy all around. So it is said that if, let's say, someone who has a shop imports a container full of goods, and then the unexpected happens on the seas. The container is missing, or perhaps geopolitical issues. Your investment is gone without insurance. The many years that you have been saving, the work that you've done all over the years, without insurance, that investment is gone, and you'll be shattered. This is just but a small aspect of risks that insurers try to mitigate. Recently, the floods that we had, I was sitting and I was thinking about insurance, that the cars that are floating, I saw a woman in the V-Boot, Land Cruiser, the big one, and she was virtually being carried out of the car. They left the car without comprehensive insurance. I'm sorry, I'm giving the insurers and the insurance company leverage, but that is true. Even this hotel in which we are in, if anything should happen and there is no insurance, the investment is gone to zero. So that is how important insurance is. And unfortunately, consumers or the general public do not see insurance that way. Usually we'll think it is cost to us, regulatory, payments that we are forced to pay. Like a car, you have to do third party or comprehensive. But the importance of it is when the unexpected happens. Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you, I am elated that this morning or today I'll be learning more about the marine insurance and the importance of it and some of the challenges that we face as a country. If the insurance companies or the insurance sector is doing very well, our investments will do well, our economy will also grow, and nation-state Ghana will be a better place to live. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you to this morning's school. Me, I will take it as a school because I will learn. And I'm sure most of us will also learn from our experts who will be talking to us. And also, let's ensure that we contribute. I am not an insurance person, but this morning you've made me talk about insurance. Yes, but let's contribute and make this a success. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
A round of applause for Dr. Godwin Akwe, CEO of the Business and Financial Times, Ghana's leading business media. Right. We move to the next remark. Our next speaker represents one of Ghana's leading insurance companies and also a key partner of today's forum. Please join me in welcoming the Managing Director of Activa Insurance, Mr. Salif Abubakari, for his opening remarks. A round of applause for him. Let's keep doing it till he gets here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you so much, Doug. I remember some few months ago, I had a discussion with Doug in my office, and the discussion was centered on marine insurance. And I was so interested in how do we carry all stakeholders along and how do we ensure the so-called compulsory insurance is being activated in Ghana. And I'm happy Doug has taken the lead to bring all stakeholders together. And I'm hoping that after this meeting or this dialogue, we'll be able to start acting and hopefully get the various stakeholders involved. I want to stand on the existing protocol to say good morning to you once again for making time to join us. Activa Insurance, as you all know, is a general insurance company and one of the leading carriers of marine insurance in Ghana. And the interesting aspect of Activa when it comes to marine insurance is we are so spread within Africa, such that when you look at all the African countries, you have a base of Activa present there. What that means is that your risks with respect to marine insurance will be safe with Activa. Not only marine insurance, but other general insurance as well. We do property insurance, we do surety bonds, and also fire insurance as well. So I want to encourage all of us, those listening to me, those who are here, the brokers and all various stakeholders, that we are leading the agenda of marine insurance. And we believe with the expertise that we have in so many years, we'll be able to give you a very comprehensive cover for marine insurance. I wouldn't want to say much. I have my colleague, the chief technical, who will be dialoguing with experts on marine insurance. I thank you so much for leaning your ears. God bless.
Thank you very much. Let's keep clapping for him. Right. We take the next remark and we, representing the Deputy Commissioner of Insurance, is the head of Market Strategy and Innovation Department and a member of the Executive Committee of the National Insurance Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mrs. Stella Jonah while she joins us here for the opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. I bring you warm greetings from the National Insurance Commission, from the Commissioner of Insurance, Dr. Abiba Zakaria, the Deputy Commissioner of Insurance, Mr. Bernard Ohimengba. He was pumped to be here ready, but unfortunately we know what happened. The floods and BFT being cautious and pro-risk management postponed. Unfortunately, at that point, he had other equally pressing matters. But he sends his warm regards, and I read this speech on his behalf. Distinguished representatives of the Business and Financial Times, officials from government institutions, colleagues from the insurance industry, members of the shipping and maritime industry, including importers and exporters, development partners, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor to address this important forum on a subject that is fundamental to Ghana's economic development and trade. Securing trade, the role of marine cargo insurance in risk management and trade facilitation. In a trade-dependent economy like Ghana's, where imports and exports form a critical component of GDP, marine cargo insurance plays a pivotal role as a financial product, an economic stabilizer, and a trade enabler. To put it in proper perspective, Ghana recorded total export earnings of $6.2 billion just for the first 2 months of 2026. With that said, the organizers of today's Maiden Marine Cargo Insurance Forum provided written expectations of what my speech must capture. That's the Deputy Commissioner. So I shall briefly touch on each of the given areas as indicated by the team at the Business and Financial Times. Firstly, the importance of marine cargo insurance in Ghana's trade agenda. Marine cargo insurance plays a critical role in protecting goods in transit across our oceans, the air and land corridors. from cocoa exports to industrial imports. Every shipment carries inherent risks. Notable among them are damage, theft, delay, or loss. Without adequate coverage, these risks translate into financial shocks for entities that largely form the backbone of our trading economy. In practical terms, marine insurance reduces uncertainty for traders, protects capital and cash flow, enhances access to trade finance, supports contract reliability in international trade. Moreover, Section 222 of the Insurance Act 2021 at 1061 requires goods that are imported into the country for commercial purposes to be insured locally, thereby strengthening the domestic financial market while guaranteeing accessible and reliable claims. Secondly, regulatory measures to increase insurance penetration. As a regulator, the National Insurance Commission recognizes that increasing insurance penetration goes beyond awareness campaigns. Let me be clear, there is no better way to increasing insurance penetration than making insurance work. Education is important, yes, but one bad claim can undo years of public education. Negative experiences and unpalatable feedback travel faster than any marketing campaign. This is why the NIC's regulatory focus is deliberate and firm. Ensuring policyholder protection, enforcing strict claims settlement standards, strengthening capital requirements for insurers, reinforcing compliance with prudential and market conduct rules. When policyholders receive fair and timely claim payments, they become ambassadors of trust. That in itself is the most powerful form of education and marketing. What are the opportunities for collaboration? No single institution can secure the trade ecosystem alone. This is an enormous opportunity for collaboration between insurers and reinsurers, traders and exporters, freight forwarders and logistic providers, customs authorities and port operators, government agencies and regulators. We must all work towards integrated risk management systems, data sharing platforms, and standardized documentation processes. When all these actors collaborate effectively, we reduce inefficiencies, duplication, minimize disputes, and create a more predictable and resilient trade environment. Marine insurance and the AFCFTA. Ladies and gentlemen, the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFTA, represents a transformational opportunity. According to the World Bank, the implementation of AFTA has the potential to boost African exports by $560 billion and increase the continent's income by $450 billion by 2035. The agreement connects approximately 1.3 billion people across 55 countries with a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion. However, these opportunities are not without challenges. As trade volumes increase across borders, so do exposure to transit risks, jurisdictional complexities, including regulatory requirements, and supply chain vulnerabilities. Marine cargo insurance becomes critical in this context. It serves as the risk transfer mechanism that underpins trust in cross-border countries. For Ghana, as host of the AFTA Secretariat, we have a unique responsibility to lead in building a robust, responsive, and harmonized insurance framework that supports regional trade integration. Finally, let me speak on building a resilient insurance ecosystem. Beyond ensuring that insurers are financially capable of meeting their obligations, The NIC is actively driving the development of a strong, secure, and technologically enabled environment. This includes robust data systems for monitoring and supervision. To enhance compliance, the NIC continues to collaborate with the Ghana Shippers Authority and the Ghana Revenue Authority through the Marine Cargo Insurance Protocol and the Marine Committee, which includes other bodies such as the Bank of Ghana and representatives of the shipping industry. The Commission has also introduced a marine and aviation insurance database to enable electronic verification for marine insurance policies, improve transparency, minimize fraud, and make compliance easier for legitimate business. Cyber-secure infrastructures to protect stakeholders and innovation in insurance products tailored to evolving trade risks. Ladies and gentlemen, as global supply chains evolve with emerging risks such as climate disruption, geopolitical tensions, our CEO mentioned it, and digital fraud, our insurance ecosystem must be forward-looking, adaptive, and resilient. In conclusion, strengthening Ghana's trade competitiveness requires risk protection mechanisms that inspire confidence. Marine cargo is certainly one of those mechanisms. Let us therefore commit to building trust through effective regulation, deepening collaboration across the trade value chain, and leveraging innovation for resilience and growth. Together, us in this room and our partners can position Ghana as a secure, competitive, and trusted trading hub in Africa. Thank you, and I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much, Stella. A round of applause for her as she joins us or take her seat. We'll be moving straight to a presentation, and so if the technical team could help us with the podium. Yeah. I want one mic. The next presentation is going to be on securing Ghana's trade future, strengthening supply chain resilience through marine cargo insurance and risk management. So whilst they are setting up, I want one mic. I want to say 3 expectations, because I know some of you have seen the program outline before today. What's your expectation for the discussion coming up? Good. Thank you. Okay, maybe let me start from here. I'll take one expectation from here. Oh, he smiled at me. I'm going to give it to him. So your expectation for the discussion upcoming, it's also on the marine sector. And, I mean, like Stella said, the need to build a resilient insurance ecosystem, yes.
Right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Richard from Star Assurance, and I'm very privileged and happy to be at this seminar and workshop. So I'm here to learn and then also to get some nuggets from our leaders. I mean, those that are going to take this on this program, and also to improve my technical know-how so that I can go back there and then be the best version of myself. Thank you.
Okay. Sure, thank you very much. Let's move to the next table. And the question has changed. You know, when we were in school, we were told that education is the key, but after education, now we realize, some of us have realized they've changed the padlock, so I'm changing the question. And Stella's presentation, she mentioned 3 things that stayed with me in building a resilient ecosystem. She mentioned effective regulation, deepening collaboration, and also leveraging innovation. I'm curious as to how we fared in collaborating in the ecosystem. So I'll take one response from here. The guy is not smiling at me, but I'm giving it to him. Let's hear your name and then your take on how we could strengthen collaboration in the ecosystem.
All right, thank you. A call from Shield Insurance Brokers. I think how we can collaborate is having more of such meetings where we can have discussions around the same topic, and also maybe having similar data that we can also share. Yeah.
Sure, thank you very much. Let's go here for the last question. And the last question is on leveraging innovation. Stella, am I using your point so well? It's on leveraging innovation. How have we fared in the ecosystem in leveraging innovation? Oh, almost say me the man. Okay, let's have a lady response. Yes, the lady in green. Okay. Yes. How have we fared? Are we making progress? Is there more to do?
Hi, my name is Rosemond from Serene Insurance.
Hi, Rosemond.
Based on what she said, I think most of insurance companies have come up with innovations to make selling the insurance simple. So from my end, I think that is what we have done as an insurance company.
Sure. Maybe the last one. Are we set? Okay. Who am I saving? You've gotten there already, so let's ask. Are we making progress or not? Give it to anybody you like.
Yeah, my name is Edmond. I think we are making progress, but as we always say, there's more room for improvement. So effective seminars like this, conferences like this will help us to learn from each other so that we can learn and then make an impact in the insurance industry. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. Just a recap of the topic for this presentation is going to be on securing Ghana's trade future, strengthening supply chain resilience through marine cargo insurance and risk management. And our moderator is Mr. Kennedy Mona. He's one of the panelists or one of the discussants on Eye on Port. A round of applause for him as he takes his seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't have been here. I would have been sitting at the back and be listening to what is going on. I must say that sorry that I have to sit to do the presentation. I had a new knee replacement surgery about a year ago, and I'm recovering. So hopefully the doctors and the nurses are handling it, and maybe I'll be back full swing. So pardon me if I'm sitting down, to do the presentation. When I was contacted by Echo of the Business and Financial Times, I told him that no, I wouldn't want to be part of the presenters. I would want to come and listen. And then when maybe there is a comment section, maybe I'll give my comments. But I sensed that there was some disappointment in his voice, and he was looking a bit desperate. So I asked myself, he asked me if I could contact anybody to handle it. I said he should give me some time. I contacted one other friend, and he said he was out of Accra, and he couldn't make it. But fortunately, the forum was postponed. And I said, okay, if that be the case, let me hold it. Even if I'm on clutches, let me come and tell my story. My insurance career started way back in 1984 when I was employed by SIC. And I had to undergo training. And pardon me if let me share these stories, because for me, that is what came into my mind when I was asked to come and give the presentation. I remember that in 1986, by then courtesy of SIC, I was together with some of my other colleagues, who were sent to the West African Insurance Institute in Liberia, Monrovia. The very first orientation that we had there, then Mr. Lawyer A.C.K. Chapman, he was then the Director General. And some of the things that he shared with us that have stuck with me over the years in respect of my career was that in insurance, you have to make friends in quotes. And then you make sure that you keep those friends and you continue to be in business. And that stuck with me. And throughout my career, I've tried that because to abide by those principles, because when people are able to put the face to the name, they are comfortable when they are dealing with you. So I was asking myself, I know in the background a whole lot has been done in respect of this compulsory marine cargo insurance, but it's not taking off yet. So I'm asking, then I asked myself, what can we do? Maybe some little trick from the old book that can help us. I'm asking, please, practitioners in insurance, that timeless principle that Mr. Chapman gave us that time, I think it's relevant, still relevant today. We are not saying that you should be friends in terms of, all other things, but business friends. When people know you and they are comfortable with you, it's easier for them to do business with you. So please, if it can work out, just see if you can apply it. Let's get closer to them in respect of the things that they do, because I remember those days. My bosses then, Mr. Afriye, and then Mr. Odo. When there is any forum where we are expected to attend by the then Shippers Council, now it's Shippers Authority, I believe, they will sponsor us to go. Then they will ask if there are other things that they are doing, they will allow us to be part of them. And it became a bit easier dealing with Ports and Harbor Authority, dealing with the surveyors, the Lloyd surveyors, plus all the other people in the value chain. Once they get to know you and what you stand for, it becomes easier for them to refer things to you, and you are able to handle their businesses that to facilitate marine cargo. It's as we've been told, marine cargo is a huge area that has been dormant for quite some time, although others are insuring. But I believe that with such sensitization like this and others that have been done in the background, it will help revive it, because it's a very huge area that we should not let it pass. Let's all together, play our part so that we will be able to move in that state. Yes, as we've been told, the law is in place, but implementing it on the ground is where the difficulty is. Let's hope that as we continue to jojo and as we continue to get closer to each other, this thing may take off. Protecting cargo against transit risk, as was mentioned by the Deputy Commissioner as address, that's read by Madam Stella. Hey, is it Stella? Yeah, Madam Stella. Sorry, if it's my friend too, but it appears I'm forgetting the name. Marine cargo protects us against physical losses and damage, such as storm, collusion, fire, theft, piracy, water damage. In event of general average cases, it doesn't happen often, but usually there are certain times that ship owners will declare general average depending upon the perils that are encountered in the course of the transit from various port of loading until the goods are discharged. Whenever that such thing happens, if you don't have insurance and you have your cargo on board, those that are uninsured, such contributions are quite huge. So if you have your marine insurance, your insurers will step in and do the payment on your behalf, and then pay that in addition to the other physical damages that have been occurred to the consignment. And then you can also ask for war and strikes and civil unrest. I mean, we all know what happened. I mean, not quite recently between Iran, U.S. and then Israel, the famous Strait of Hormuz. I mean, and majority of our shipments pass through that area, from the Far East right down to our ports. As we've been told, Ghana is an import-dependent economy, so a whole lot of shipment come through there. In the event of such risk, if you have your physical damage loss, you can also request for wars and strikes, and then even civil unrest in cover also. Reducing costs and foreign exchange risks for importers. We have been told that for now, importers do take their insurances, most of them do take their insurances overseas, which they will need hard currency to pay the premiums. Is there something? I should go on. All right, thank you. USD or euros in terms of premium payments, where in event recently we having the stabilization of the economy. So I mean, where the rates kept changing in the past is been a bit stabilized. So we can make some gains from there. And then in event of a claim, also you have to deal with your insurers outside the shores of the country. But then if these things are insured locally, we'll have your premiums being paid locally. Then when you have to ask your bankers for forex to pay for premiums will be lowered, and then thereby reducing your bank charges. And then as we've been told by our regulator, that's the National Insurance Commission, there are processes that have been laid down for insurance companies to facilitate claims payment. And if, for instance, any of the importers or any you have issues, I mean, we have our trade association, the Ghana Insurance Association, where you can make a complaint to, and then also if you want to escalate it, you can, forward it to the National Insurance Commission, and they will take whichever company that is frustrating your claims payment. For now, I believe that for what has gone on in the background, I mean, no insurance company will unnecessarily delay claims, because as we've been told, I mean, claims, one payment of a claim, will speak volumes more than, whatever advertisement that you want to make. Yes, we've also been told that that the NIC, Ghana Revenue Authority, and then the Ghana Chamber of Shipping have systems in place where if you take insurance locally, you'll be able to cross-check easily to find out whether you have a proper insurance or not, and the issues that come up in terms of your clearance of your goods from the port, as well as facilitating your trade. Then on the market also, we have seasoned brokers who have been in this trade for a considerable number of years. I mean, if you have any issue in respect of your insurances, you can talk to any broker who will walk through with you doing the risk assessment before you pay your premiums. And then in event of a claim also, they will work with you and through it all with you also to make sure that you get a fair assessment of your claims, and then the claims will be handled, on time. And as I already mentioned, I mean, the Ghana Shippers Authority, the NIC, and our partners in terms of importers are also through fora like this. We are being sensitized as to how things should move on smoothly for all of us. Keeping the value in the Ghanaian economy, as we've been told, a whole chunk of monies are being paid as premiums outside. And if we think that if we are able to understand each other, if we are comfortable with each other, such monies will stay in here and it will help the economy grow and it will help us also. In between, we have companies that have operated in this environment for years. I mean, they have garnered experience. Well, as I already mentioned, we have professionals, seasoned professionals who can help those of us who are fading away. I mean, almost 7 decades on this earth. I mean, sitting in front of you, behind us, we know we have a whole lot of people who are in there who will take up the mantle and help in the trade facilitation across the various insurance companies. So I only add my voice that importers plus business people, I mean, who are doing this thing, you should trust us, because, I mean, throughout the years, together with our capacity and then our networks across the globe, there is no risk that cannot be handled in this economy. Please let us help each other so that we help companies to grow. And then as insurers also, we help the business sector to also thrive in the businesses in which they find themselves. I think I've mentioned this one already, that if you have any issue, you can contact any insurer or the seasoned brokers around in our market, and they will walk you through the whatever cover that you need. Liken the Clause A to the famous comprehensive cover in motor. Then the B cover will also you can look at it like named perils that are stated in there. And then the C cover, that's a limited cover. So if you want your shipment to be covered very well, I mean, the premiums that you'll be paying, you can negotiate per the risk that is available, depending upon, where the goods is coming from your suppliers, through the packaging, through the shipment, either coming through regular liners, and whichever ports that are coming through, either Tema port or Takrady. We know that, I mean, the port area has had a lot of innovation and renovation that helps in the facilitation of the trade. So they will help you to get the appropriate cover, so that whenever there is a loss, your goods together with your business will be intact. Then register. Yes, like I mentioned earlier, the NIC has registered brokers as well as insurance companies that you can fall on. And then what we are, I want to add is that you don't only rely on the supplier insurance that's taking insurance overseas. Locally, I mean, the insurance companies are ready and they are willing, to help in facilitation of the trade. Okay, let's look at the next one. I think most of the things have been said through that. Let's see. I think it's almost the same. So with your permission, maybe I think I can pause here. But in concluding, let me chip in this that since this is a very huge area, I will plead and then suggest to our CEOs that you should have an eye on this marine insurance. It's an area that if you even delegate and you entrust the responsibility to your senior management plus other things, make sure that weekly you are getting reports as to how things are going and the way our insured are being treated. And one of the things that I've learned from one of my bosses in terms of business, he mentioned that in business you should look for the if clauses. That is, things that we usually say, if this thing happens or if this thing does not happen. He says that is an area where if you look at it critically, you make money out of it. So make sure that we address all the ifs and the buts and the things that are handling us. There is no ifs that cannot be handled. If you only keep an eye on it and you make sure that your employees plus others are keeping a tab on the issues that they are expected to do. It only happens when you have an eye on it and make sure that reports get to you and then you address them. That is where you make money out of that. So please, CEOs and senior management, don't be taking the ifs and the buts that, oh, this one we are throwing our hands in the air. Those things can be addressed. And whilst you are addressing them, we make money out of that. Let me conclude by also giving you one story that in my earlier career, the then managing director of SIC, that is Mr. Joe Donko of blessed memory, he mentioned to us during our orientation that honesty, integrity, and fair play are principles that if you adhere to them, you'll be in business forever. And for me, it has helped me throughout my career. I think it spans over 40 years in the insurance industry. Make sure that you are honest, you are dealing with people as if you are dealing with yourself. Your integrity, people will know you and know that this is what you stand for. And then be fair, that if you were on the other side, if you have suffered losses, what can you do to mitigate the loss? Are you in a hurry to ask surveyors to do the survey? Are you making sure that your employees are handling the claims effectively so that the insured gets a fair play in respect of the assessment? Then we will continue to be in business. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
A round of applause for Mr. Opong. So earlier, I was so quick to push us to doing the panel discussion. So I mentioned the panel discussion topic earlier. So maybe once again, a round of applause for Mr. Frank Opong Yeboah. He's the board chairman of Priority Insurance and also Star Life Assurance. And he presented on understanding marine cargo insurance, coverage, claims, and common misconceptions. We'll take some few questions for him. Whilst, if you have a question, you could just put your hands up and they will bring the mic to you. But while at that, if you are a CEO, can I see your hands up, please? The CEOs are denying their position. Okay, great. So his closing remarks, he mentioned that CEOs should keep an eye on marine insurance, and I'm curious what the CEOs in this room make of that closing remark. Can we take it? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. MD for Glyco General. And it's a very important point you make, and I absolutely endorse it. You know, marine insurance is key. I'm looking at the containers in there. And I'll just ask you just to visualize this. Your gold that you wear, how much is it? 1 bar, 1 ton of gold, how much is it? Imagine just one container filled with gold. What is the value? And you are transporting this either by sea or air. How much value is there? Are you protecting it? Marine insurance. We say we value our assets. We say we value our belongings. You put your investment there. Are you insuring it? I think we've got to a point where insurance has become something in the background, but it's important that we realize that our hard-earned money, investment, can only be protected when we have insurance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Insurance shouldn't be an afterthought. If you have a question, we could take it now. Yeah, that's one here. Please mention your name, your organization, and then your question.
My name is Ali Yakub. I'm a shipping agent and a freight operator. The whole discussion we are having here, we are forgetting the ecosystem. You see, where does insurance start from? If the local system don't have our own freighter and liners, where we'll be able to offer the general public that, oh, I have a vessel here, I can load your cargo from Tema to USA or to Burkina Faso. Then the exporter will bring his consignment, we assess it. Through the assessment, that is where the insurance comes in. Are you getting me? That's why earlier on he's complaining that all the insurance is outsourced outside. Can we ask ourselves, how many local freighters do we have in Ghana that are operating? Let me give an example. Offshore, all the vessels coming to carry our oil are owned by foreigners. Before the vessel comes here, they've already negotiated the insurance and the charter. How many Ghanaians or how many banks in Ghana can offer $40 million to a company like mine to buy a tanker? If we don't have the tankers and the freighters, this marine insurance cargo will not kick off. We will just be picking the crumbs on the floor. We need to think big. Anyway.
So how do we increase local participation? Back to you.
Our government needs to put pressure on the bankers. They are sitting on a lot of balance sheets. No, that is it. If we don't take the bull by the horn, the country will not grow. I started a business like that. I started with small. I lived from Ghana to Cote d'Ivoire. Along the line, I ran into problems. By then, insurance was not even in the system at all. I'm telling you, just to insure my small vessel. You understand? So,
Mr. Opoyeba, you want to respond to how we could increase local participation in the ecosystem?
As you rightly mentioned, goods that go out or in have to be transported. Just like, if you liken it to what happens within, transporting goods from maybe the producing centers, farming areas, down to the...
let me give you a typical example. My hometown, most of the shea butter come from there. I come from Upper West.
Yeah, use the mic, please.
The mic.
Most of the shea butter, they come from Upper West and Upper East. If they are transported via trailers to down here, the person exporting them has already contacted Mix. How does a local insurance come in? But if there's a local freighter here who can identify that, oh, XYZ is hauling shea butter from the north. Oh, look, I have a vessel. Where is your destination? Then I quote the freight for him. He will definitely look for local insurance. In that case, what are we doing? We are beating down Maersk.
Yeah.
But if the local participants are not supported, I don't have $20 million to approach a manufacturer to say, manufacture a vessel for me. So for this business to kick off, for this marine cargo insurance to be really successful, our policymakers must look at, financing local operators. Once we are in, I mean, it will help the industry grow. But if we leave, most of the exports that we are doing in this country, let's say you want to send a container to even Nigeria here, you don't have a local freighter. You have to go through Maersk Line or Delmas. And they will make the money.
Sure.
So I think that the subject of this forum, we need to look at it. It should be marine cargo insurance and strengthening local participation with local freighters.
The good news is that the next panel will be touching on that, so we are still in line. Yeah. But thank you for the contribution. Abi?
No.
The mic,
let
please.
me do a follow-up.
Yes.
Let him do a follow-up before you come in, please.
My lecturer is her feet is itching her. So she wanted to, that's my lecturer, but madam, we are not in class. My name is Samson Asake. I won't go with, I'm sure many of them, they know the name. It's a brand household name. But for the purpose of you, I'm the Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana, the Executive Secretary. And indeed, what my brother is saying, I think that we shouldn't divert the conversation. But it shows that what he put out is so clear that as a country we need to do something. Even not just what he's saying, but currently, all of us collectively, we are advocating for after, and then to treat among ourselves. So we do not even have a local vessel that can take cargo from here to Kenya, okay, or to even to Lome. We will still rely on the foreign vessel, as he said. But if we empower ourselves and Ghanaians own vessels, as he said, it will be good, so that when we are exporting our cargo out, then we can take the insurance here. But for now, I think this conversation is centered on import. If commercial cargo, and if not all import, commercial cargo that are coming into the country. And so before the commercial cargo landed, if you don't have an insurance, custom, we know what custom always do. They increase the percentage, and they calculate it on us. But we are saying take it locally. And then last time, I think NIC and Madame Nko, they came and convinced us that we are financially sound, grounded down. And even in your presentation, you have said it. Where I like it, I wanted you to explain was when you say the but and the if. The but and the if, that we should look into the but and the if, and there's nothing that cannot be done with the but and the if. And as you said, CEOs should also put the I, where you cite the example as, you can imagine if I lost my cargo, and you are the one to pay me the claim, put your suits into me, fill it. So based on assessment or getting your, sailors and others to come, and then those people who assess the loss of the cargo, before they can agree whether you should pay or you should not pay the claim. So I think that is the way forward. So that the fears that if you take a cargo cover from Ghana and tomorrow there's a problem, you go to insurance, they are now using their clauses and others. That was where you are trying to open our eyes, and so the NIC is there, associations, brokers associations there, even and including the NIC as well. So I think now we are taking our fears out. What we need now is assurance. How quick will, if someone come, because mind you, if he's present, some will transfer the money to buy the cargo. Some will say, I'm getting the goods on credit. And that was what Madam was treating the other time. Who has the insurable interest? Is it me or the sender who sent the goods to me on credit? So we need to understand that factor. So at what time can one take the policy to cover so that we don't find yourself wanting if there's losses? Indeed, you can clear the cargo from the port and then take it to your warehouses. At that time, if there's any loss, it's no more longer on the sender, because the sender, maybe his responsibility is to the port. So from the port that you clear, put on your truck, take it to your warehouses, anything that, okay, then it is you who have to suffer in that losses. So that is where we want to take it. But
let me chip in this.
Yes.
You have every right when you, as the importer, you should not, you can negotiate with the supplier.
Yes.
So that the insurance can cover, even granted that you are taking it from overseas.
Yes.
It should cover from the supplier.
From warehouse to
warehouse.
Your warehouse.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
That is if you pay. But if you don't pay, and he's paying. So thank you. Okay, so you can go ahead. We are here to listen to you and then to critique it. Thank you very much.
We take last 3 questions and we'll go for coffee break and come back for the last panel.
Thank you. My name is Edmond. Sorry. Please go ahead.
Should we go ladies first? Okay, ladies first.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Gertrude Ajo-Hene-Sienim. I'm a shipping professional, a lecturer at the Maritime University, and a trainer in marine insurance. I want to put things in perspective. There are different players in the chain, the value chain, what you people call the ecosystem. And each of them have their role to play. So vessel owners play their role as carriers, and they would take hull and machinery insurance to cover their risk. And even in the offshore sector, although vessels that come here are insured, when you come here, you have to take local insurance for the period in which you're going to spend under GOGIP, Ghana Oil and Gas Insurance Pool, or whatever. So vessels that come here to work still take the insurance, hull and machinery insurance, to cover their risk for the period in which they're going to be here. The issue is that the percentage in which the insurance companies can carry is minimal. So that is in perspective. Other insurances exist, like protection and indemnity insurance, which covers the third-party liability of the vessel, its crew, and other people. Today's forum is about cargo insurance. And each of the people in the value chain, you being into freight, logistics, you are supposed to take the cargo insurance, not Maersk. So whether Maersk is a foreign company or not, they will take hull and machinery insurance. So it will benefit us, from what you're saying, if local vessels are here and they are doing their hull and machinery insurance here. So we need to put the discussion in perspective, and let's concentrate on today's forum, which is cargo insurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Francopon, thank you for the education. My name is Edmond. Based on your years of experience in the insurance industry, what do you think objectively are some of the mistakes that the local insurance make, that they are not able to take advantage of the various opportunities in the economy? Thank you.
Colleagues, what are the things that we have not done well? Any volunteer? Let's be honest. We are talking about. Don't mention your company, but don't mention your company. But as insurers, I think one of the basic things is that, as mentioned, is the way we handle our claims. That is the bottom line, and I think we have to up our game and make sure that, like I mentioned earlier, we have to be honest and fair to ourselves, so that things are handled expeditiously, so that business people can continue with their business. They have the assurance that whenever something happens, there is a fallback, and that will help them in the facilitation of their trade. For me, that's the bottom line.
Get a consultant like Madam Gertrude who understand the clauses, because most of the time it's the clauses. You may go and take a policy, but you don't know which clauses you've taken. And when the cargo arrive here and there's a problem, then you go to the insurance and they say, wasn't what it was, that the peril and other things she talked about. Some are done at sea when the vessel is coming. So that one, if the cargo got here and there's a problem, you can't hold the insurance that you should pay for me, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's the education. And I think that it is important that you educate us that when we're taking a policy to cover the cargo, especially commercialized cargo, let's reach out to your consultant, like the brokers, like the Gertrude and others, who understand, so that at least they can advise to take the proper cover, especially the clauses, clause A, clause B, and C, as to talk about. I think that is the way to go. And of course, insurance people should always engage their client to read. Take them through the document. Let them understand what we are signing. And don't sell the policy to us. And if tomorrow there's a problem, then you now bring your indemnity clauses and everything. That's the challenge. And so it's about trust. So we should build trust with each other. That's the only way I think we should open up for transparent discussion. That's the only way I observe it. Thank you very much.
That's it. Let me add this one also.
Yes.
So that even if you forget all the big English, if you remember this, particularly I'm with my colleagues in the insurance industry. When we went to Monrovia, their news item, they would speak the Queen's and then other languages, but then they have a local language. After they finish with the news, then the person will come and say, now the news in simple English, that everybody will understand. Colleagues, please, as our brother is saying, without, losing sight of the details, make sure that you explain the things in simple English to them, so that whenever they know what they are buying, and then whenever there is a claim, you also take them through so that they are assured. Please, the news in simple English. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, a round of applause for Mr. Opong for that insightful presentation. We'll be going for a 15-minute coffee break, and when we are back, the good news is we have only one panel today, and it's going to continue the conversation we've already started. So our 15 minutes starts from now, and when we are back, the plenary will be on the topic, securing Ghana's trade future, strengthening supply chain resilience through marine cargo insurance and risk management. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your coffee break, and I'll see you back in 15 minutes' time. Thank you.
When goods are transported from one destination to another, they're generally liable to unforeseen mishaps. Cargo insurance financially protects such goods in transit in the event of loss or damage. It limits exposure to financial loss due to damage or loss of goods in transit and ensures sufficient financial buffer to replace goods in the event of a mishap. This feature will focus on the basic cover Institute Cargo Clause C. It is the least form of coverage for named risks and only covers loss or damage of the insured cargo attributable to fire or explosion, a stranded, sunk or capsized vessel, overturning or derailment of land conveyance, collision or contact with any external object other than water, discharge of cargo at a port of distress, and loss or damage and dumping of goods overboard. It is mandatory for goods imported into Ghana to be insured locally. The National Insurance Commission, NIC, the insurance regulator, is committed to rolling out the Marine and Aviation Database MAID following the protocol signed with the Ghana Shippers Authority GSA and the Ghana Revenue Authority GRA. This is to ensure that the Insurance Law of 1989, PNDC Law 227, is complied with. It is currently operational under the new Insurance Act 2021, Act 1061, which states inter alia, a person who imports goods other than personal effects into the country shall insure the goods with an insurer licensed under this Act. For effective administration, the law requires that the NIC design regulations to guide implementation. It is important to enable key stakeholders to provide an adequate buffer in real time against all risks associated with cargo insurance transactions. Imperative to recognize that importers, freight forwarders, courier service operators, and shipping management companies are major stakeholders in the marine cargo insurance space. Many importers are often compelled to purchase marine cargo insurance in countries other than Ghana without knowing the implications.
It is a marine aviation data policy. Importers, some of cranium eba omemuha. It's say we no ha na se odi omaba na se bibi ya insurance company no ye ma no ebe ye mra ma o se unsa betumi aka usika.
It is advisable to contact any of the over 20 licensed non-life insurance companies in Ghana or insurance brokers for advice. In determining the cost of cargo insurance, there are a number of factors that may be considered.
The type of policy you're even taking, the type of cargo that you are bringing in, the origin and destination factors, risk associated with the type of transportation, the type of packaging you have, and many other risks, including the assured himself.
Cargo insurance covers claims when a loss occurs. Mr. Emmanuel Fifi Blankson is an authority on marine insurance and explains what to do to ensure expeditious claims payment.
First, we look at the policy that has been issued, in whose name the policy has been issued. We consider documents that cover the cargo, which includes the bill of lading. You ask for the commercial invoice. You might look for the parking list. And you ask for other statutory documents that also cover the cargo when it's delivered at the port and discharged from the port.
It is the mandate of the regulator to ensure that all insurers abide by the law regarding claims payment obligations in real time. Your local insurer understands your real needs and will give you better value for your money. When you communicate with your local insurers, you're communicating to their hearts, not just their minds. When goods are transported from one destination to another, they're generally liable to unforeseen mishaps. Cargo insurance financially protects such goods in transit in the event of loss or damage. It limits exposure to financial loss due to damage or loss of goods in transit and ensures sufficient financial buffer to replace goods in the event of a mishap. This feature will focus on the basic cover Institute Cargo Clause C. It is the least form of coverage for named risks and only covers loss or damage of the insured cargo attributable to fire or explosion. a stranded, sunk or capsized vessel, overturning or derailment of land conveyance, collision or contact with any external object other than water, discharge of cargo at a port of distress, and loss or damage and dumping of goods overboard. It is mandatory for goods imported into Ghana to be insured locally. The National Insurance Commission, NIC, the insurance regulator, is committed to rolling out the Marine and Aviation Database MAID, following the protocol signed with the Ghana Shippers Authority GSA and the Ghana Revenue Authority GRA. This is to ensure that the Insurance Law of 1989, PNDC Law 227, is complied with. It is currently operational under the new Insurance Act 2021, Act 1061, which states inter alia, a person who imports goods other than personal effects into the country shall insure the goods with an insurer licensed under this Act. For effective administration, the law requires that the NIC design regulations to guide implementation. It is important to enable key stakeholders to provide an adequate buffer in real time against all risks associated with cargo insurance transactions. Imperative to recognize that importers, freight forwarders, courier service operators, and shipping management companies are major stakeholders in the marine cargo insurance space. Many importers are often compelled to purchase marine cargo insurance in countries other than Ghana without knowing the implications.
This marine aviation data policy. Importers. Some of cranium eba omemuha. Is on say uyen ha. Nasa odiomaba nasa bibi ya. Insurance company no yemano. Ebe mrama say unsabe to me aka.
It is advisable to contact any of the over 20 licensed non-life insurance companies in Ghana or insurance brokers for advice. In determining the cost of cargo insurance, there are a number of factors that may be considered.
The type of policy you're even taking, the type of cargo that you are bringing in, the origin and destination factors, risk associated with the type of transportation, the type of packaging you have, and many other risks, including the assured himself.
Cargo insurance covers claims when a loss occurs. Mr. Emmanuel Fifi Blankson is an authority on marine insurance and explains what to do to ensure expeditious claims payment.
First, we look at the policy that has been issued, in whose name the policy has been issued. We consider documents that cover the cargo, which includes the bill of lading. You ask for the commercial invoice, you might look for the parking list, and you ask for other statutory documents that also cover the cargo when it's delivered at the port and discharged from the port.
It is the mandate of the regulator to ensure that all insurers abide by the law regarding claims payment obligations in real time. Your local insurer understands your real needs and will give you better value for your money. When you communicate with your local insurers, you're communicating to their hearts, not just their minds. When goods are transported from one destination to another, they're generally liable to unforeseen mishaps. Cargo insurance financially protects such goods in transit in the event of loss or damage. It limits exposure to financial loss due to damage or loss of goods in transit and ensures sufficient financial buffer to replace goods in the event of a mishap. This feature will focus on the basic cover Institute Cargo Clause C. It is the least form of coverage for named risks and only covers loss or damage of the insured cargo attributable to fire or explosion, a stranded, sunk or capsized vessel, overturning or derailment of land conveyance, collision or contact with any external object other than water, discharge of cargo at a port of distress, and loss or damage and dumping of goods overboard. It is mandatory for goods imported into Ghana to be insured locally. The National Insurance Commission, NIC, the insurance regulator, is committed to rolling out the Marine and Aviation Database MAID following the protocol signed with the Ghana Shippers Authority GSA and the Ghana Revenue Authority GRA. This is to ensure that the Insurance Law of 1989, PNDC Law 227, is complied with. It is currently operational under the new Insurance Act 2021, Act 1061, which states inter alia, a person who imports goods other than personal effects into the country shall insure the goods with an insurer licensed under this Act. For effective administration, the law requires that the NIC design regulations to guide implementation. It is important to enable key stakeholders to provide an adequate buffer in real time against all risks associated with cargo insurance transactions. Imperative to recognize that importers, freight forwarders, courier service operators, and shipping management companies are major stakeholders in the marine cargo insurance space. Many importers are often compelled to purchase marine cargo insurance in countries other than Ghana without knowing the implications.
It is marine aviation data policy. Abebo apa importers. Omo mokrani ma eba omemu ha. Izan se uye no ha na se odi ba na se bibi esse ya insurance company no ye ma no ebe ye mra ma o se unsa betumi aka usika.
It is advisable to contact any of the over 20 licensed non-life insurance companies in Ghana or insurance brokers for advice. In determining the cost of cargo insurance, there are a number of factors that may be considered.
The type of policy you're even taking, the type of cargo that you are bringing in, the origin and destination factors, risk associated with the type of transportation, the type of packaging you have, and many other risks, including the assured himself.
Cargo insurance covers claims when a loss occurs. Mr. Emmanuel Fifi Blankson is an authority on marine insurance and explains what to do to ensure expeditious claims payment.
First, we look at the policy that has been issued, in whose name the policy has been issued. We consider documents that cover the cargo, which includes the bill of lading. You ask for the commercial invoice. You might look for the parking list. And you ask for other statutory documents that also cover the cargo when it's delivered at the port and discharged from the port.
It is the mandate of the regulator to ensure that all insurers abide by the law regarding claims payment obligations in real time. Your local insurer understands your real needs and will give you better value for your money. When you communicate with your local insurers, you're communicating to their hearts, not just their minds. When goods are transported from one destination to another, they're generally liable to unforeseen mishaps. Cargo insurance financially protects such goods in transit in the event of loss or damage. It limits exposure to financial loss due to damage or loss of goods in transit and ensures sufficient financial buffer to replace goods in the event of a mishap. This feature will focus on the basic cover Institute Cargo Clause C. It is the least form of coverage for named risks and only covers loss or damage of the insured cargo attributable to fire or explosion, a stranded, sunk or capsized vessel, overturning or derailment of land conveyance, collision or contact with any external object other than water, discharge of cargo at a port of distress, and loss or damage and dumping of goods overboard. It is mandatory for goods imported into Ghana to be insured locally. The National Insurance Commission, NIC, the insurance regulator, is committed to rolling out the Marine and Aviation Database MAID following the protocol signed with the Ghana Shippers Authority GSA and the Ghana Revenue Authority GRA. This is to ensure that the Insurance Law of 1989, PNDC Law 227, is complied with. It is currently operational under the new Insurance Act 2021, Act 1061, which states inter alia, a person who imports goods other than personal effects into the country shall insure the goods with an insurer licensed under this Act. For effective administration, the law requires that the NIC design regulations to guide implementation. It is important to enable key stakeholders to provide an adequate buffer in real time against all risks associated with cargo insurance transactions. Imperative to recognize that importers, freight forwarders, courier service operators, and shipping management companies are major stakeholders in the marine cargo insurance space. Many importers are often compelled to purchase marine cargo insurance in countries other than Ghana without knowing the implications.
Marine aviation data policy abebo apa importers omo mo cranium ma eba omemu ha ezan se oye no ha na se odi omaba na se bibi esse ya insurance company no ye ma no ebe mra ma o se onsa betumi aka usika.
It is advisable to contact any of the over 20 licensed non-life insurance companies in Ghana or insurance brokers for advice. In determining the cost of cargo insurance, there are a number of factors that may be considered.
The type of policy you're even taking, the type of cargo that you are bringing in, the origin and destination factors, risk associated with the type of transportation, the type of packaging you have, and many other risks, including the assured himself.
Cargo insurance covers claims when a loss occurs. Mr. Emmanuel Fifi Blankson is an authority on marine insurance and explains what to do to ensure expeditious claims payment.
First, we look at the policy that has been issued, in whose name the policy has been issued. We consider documents that cover the cargo, which includes the bill of lading. You ask for the commercial invoice. You might look for the packing list. And you ask for other statutory documents that also cover the cargo when it's delivered at the port and discharged from the port.
It is the mandate of the regulator to ensure that all insurers abide by the law regarding claims payment obligations in real time. Your local insurer understands your real needs and will give you better value for your money. When you communicate with your local insurers, you are communicating to their hearts, not just their minds. When goods are transported from one destination to another, they're generally liable to unforeseen mishaps. Cargo insurance financially protects such goods in transit in the event of loss or damage. It limits exposure to financial loss due to damage or loss of goods in transit and ensures sufficient financial buffer to replace goods in the event of a mishap. This feature will focus on the basic cover Institute Cargo Clause C. It is the least form of coverage for named risks and only covers loss or damage of the insured cargo attributable to fire or explosion, a stranded, sunk or capsized vessel, overturning or derailment of land conveyance, collision or contact with any external object other than water, discharge of cargo at a port of distress, and loss or damage and dumping of goods overboard. It is mandatory for goods imported into Ghana to be insured locally. The National Insurance Commission, NIC, the insurance regulator, is committed to rolling out the Marine and Aviation Database MAID following the protocol signed with the Ghana Shippers Authority GSA and the Ghana Revenue Authority GRA. This is to ensure that the Insurance Law of 1989, PNDC Law 227, is complied with. It is currently operational under the new Insurance Act 2021, Act 1061, which states inter alia, a person who imports goods other than personal effects into the country shall insure the goods with an insurer licensed under this Act. For effective administration, the law requires that the NIC design regulations to guide implementation. It is important to enable key stakeholders to provide an adequate buffer in real time against all risks associated with cargo insurance transactions. Imperative to recognize that importers, freight forwarders, courier service operators, and shipping management companies are major stakeholders in the marine cargo insurance space. Many importers are often compelled to purchase marine cargo insurance in countries other than Ghana without knowing the implications.
Marine aviation data policy abebo apa importers omo mokranyo ma eba omemu ha izan se oye no ha na se odi omaba na se bibi esse ya insurance company no ye ma no ebe ye mra ma o se onsa betumi aka usika.
It is advisable to contact any of the over 20 licensed non-life insurance companies in Ghana or insurance brokers for advice. In determining the cost of cargo insurance, there are a number of factors that may be considered.
The type of policy you're even taking, the type of cargo that you are bringing in, the origin and destination factors, risk associated with the type of transportation, the type of packaging you have, and many other risks, including the assured himself.
Cargo insurance covers claims when a loss occurs. Mr. Emmanuel Fifi Blankson is an authority on marine insurance and explains what to do to ensure expeditious claims payment.
First, we look at the policy that has been issued, in whose name the policy has been issued. We consider documents that cover the cargo, which includes the bill of lading. You ask for the commercial invoice. You might look for the parking list. And you ask for other statutory documents that also cover the cargo when it's delivered at the port and discharged from the port.
It is the mandate of the regulator to ensure that all insurers abide by the law regarding claims payment obligations in real time. Your local insurer understands your real needs and will give you better value for your money. When you communicate with your local insurers, you are communicating to their hearts, not just their minds. When goods are transported from one destination.
Let's have the presenters for the opening remark come to the stage for a group picture. And so if the CEO of the Business and Financial Times is still here, please come to the stage for a group picture, and also the rep from NIC. So we have Mr. Salifu Abubakar joining as well. We have Mrs. Stella joining as well. No, they are taking a group picture for the opening. Yes, please. You could just. Yes, yes. Yes, Mr. Opong, please join the opening picture for us. Did I miss anyone? I think that's all. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to the main plenary discussion for the forum. And as once again, it's on the topic, securing Ghana's trade future, strengthening supply chain resilience through marine cargo insurance and risk management. As Ghana seeks to deepen trade integration under initiatives such as the ability to effectively manage cargo risks, strengthen supply chains, and improve insurance penetration becomes increasingly important. Today's distinguished panel will examine how marine cargo insurance can support trade competitiveness, reduce business losses, strengthen confidence among importers and exporters, and contribute to national economic growth. Leading that discussion as the moderator, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we welcome Mr. Kennedy Mona. He is the Principal Marketing and Corporate Affairs Officer at GPH Ghana. And he's also the head of Ion Port, the media version of GPH. A round of applause for him. I keep missing the GPH. The GPH, I'm missing the authority there. A round of applause once again for him. Mr. Bona, you can sit at the far left. He will introduce his panel and we will dive into the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kennedy Mona. I work for the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority. I'm a Principal Marketing and Corporate Affairs Officer, head of the media unit of Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority. That's the Ion Port unit. I'm also host of Ion Port on Metro TV every Sunday at 5:30 p.m. and GTV 8:30 p.m. every Wednesday. Yes, so we are proud to be associated with this particular event. Indeed, at Ion Port, the BNFT is the official media partner of ours, and we also enjoy sponsorship from the Ghana Regional Authority, UL PLC, Serene Insurance, Ghana Link Network Services, Meridian Port Services, that's MPS, Phoenix Insurance, and the Joint Association of Port Transport Unions, JAP2. And so we have affiliation with the insurance industry as well, by virtue of the fact that we have Phoenix and Serene as sponsors of Ion Port. It gives me pleasure to moderate this particular plenary session, and I would go right away and introduce our panelists. Leading the pack would be Mrs. Gertrude Ajwa Ohene Esienim. Ladies and gentlemen, she's the Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director, Whitestone Shipbrokers Limited. She's going to lead, she's the lead discussant on marine cargo insurance and mandatory marine insurance. Let's give it up for ma'am. She also happens to be my lecturer when I was doing my master's in Ports and Shipping Administration at the Regional Maritime University. We can give that for her, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, ma'am. So next is Mr. Solomon Latte, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Africa Sureties and Insurance Advisory Company. He will be answering questions on industry leadership and market development. Let's give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Solomon Latte. There he comes. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen, whilst he makes his way here. Next panelist is Mr. Kofi Akoto, General Manager, Akoto Risk Management. He's going to be bringing us some perspectives from the brokers and customer advisory. Let's give it up for Mr. Kofi Akoto, ladies and gentlemen. We have another lady in the mix in the person of Mrs. Ma Kokonai. Ladies and gentlemen, she's head of technical underwriting, Whole Insurance, and she will be speaking or answering questions on customer experience, innovation, and partnerships. Let's give it up for her, ladies and gentlemen. Next is Mr. Andrew Echampongche, Esquire. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the Managing Director of Glyco General Insurance, and he's going to be bringing some perspectives from the legal, regulatory, and governance perspectives. Last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Emmanuel Chumesi, Chief Technical Officer, Activa Insurance, Technical Risk Management, and Innovation. That's what he'll be answering questions on. And so I think now we have the full complement of the team that constitute a panel for the plenary session of this beautiful program. We're going to be speaking on the topic, securing Ghana's trade future, strengthening supply chain resilience through marine cargo insurance and risk management. And so we couldn't have assembled a better team to do justice and to digest this particular topic. Let me welcome the ladies and gentlemen to the session. You're all welcome. All right, so as Ghana seeks to position itself as West Africa's preferred trade and logistics hub under the AfCFTA, that's Africa Continental Free Trade Area, strengthening supply chain resilience has become a national imperative. Marine cargo insurance is no longer simply a financial product. It is an essential trade facilitation tool that protects businesses, promotes investor confidence, and enhances economic resilience. Today's discussion, ladies and gentlemen, will explore how policy, regulation, innovation, and collaboration can increase marine cargo insurance penetration and support Ghana's growing trade ambitions. Indeed, marine cargo penetration, because I know that in a year or two past, the attempted as to the implementation of this particular policy elicited some quick response, fierce resistance, so to speak, from stakeholders, including the freight forwarders and importers, exporters. Today, we are glad to have Mr. Samson Asaki Awingobit here, who is the Executive Secretary of the Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana. In fact, he wears two caps. He prefers sometimes to be known as the National Chairman of the PNC. One time, contesting to be President of Ghana. Your Excellency, thank you so much for coming. Can we give that for him, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, I also know there are some folks from the Ghana Shippers Authority, Madam Benis Natui, and your team. Thank you so much for coming. And every other person that's represented here, we deeply appreciate you. We are profoundly grateful that you found time to come and join us and share in today's program. So let's begin with the program and straight to the questions. And I'll go to our lead discussant on marine cargo, Madam Gertrude Ajua Ohinesi Enim, and get you to tell us, as Ghana expands international trade, what strategic role should marine cargo insurance play in protecting national trade investment and business community?
Is this still good morning? Good morning to everybody.
It is, yes.
And we are grateful as a panel to BFT and the organizers and sponsors of this program and for having us here. I think a lot has been said from previous speakers this morning about the role marine insurance plays in facilitating international trade. Last week, exactly a week today, on Tuesday, I called my insurer. And the first question he asked me was, "Are the flood now for our car no quad?" So if my car has been flooded, it means that I've transferred the risk from me to my insurer, right? So then he has to pay the claim. So it means that I would have been relieved from that disaster if it was. Fortunately, it wasn't that. That wasn't the case. Anyway, I was calling him for another thing. So insurance is a risk management mechanism. And we need it in every area of our lives to sustain our business, to be able to have continuity, financial security, and others. But when it comes to marine, there are things that you don't even plan for. It's not your fault, or it doesn't come from you. For instance, a carrier can take your goods. It will be damaged on the way. And then you go to the carrier for compensation. And under the Carriage of Goods Convention, they have a right to limit their liability. So you could have bought a thing for $100,000 and they are going to pay you like $5,000 because there's a way to calculate the loss, which then would affect how much you get. When the board chair for Priority was speaking, he spoke about something like general average. It's something that nobody ever plans for. So general average is simply an extraordinary sacrifice or expenditure that is intentionally made. So for those of you who go to church, if you remember the Jonah story, right? When there was an extraordinary storm and then they were trying to find the cause, you could have done all the ordinary things to save the adventure, but it wasn't happening. So what did they do? They had to throw Jonah into the sea. That is called jettisoning. All right, so to jettison cargo based on an extraordinary risk at sea, for instance, could be declared as general average. That is something that an importer or an exporter will never plan for. And you'll be there and the bill will come to you to pay. But if you have insurance, the insurer will definitely settle this. So it helps stabilize your business. It gives you peace of mind. It helps to boost our economy, to keep, we are all complaining that the cedi is dancing, right? How much of the foreign exchange are we sending out there to buy insurance, much of which do not even cover our risk? So the benefits far outweigh most of the things that we're going to discuss today. So there are huge benefits. Geopolitical tension. We woke up one day and we heard that the Strait of Hormuz was blocked. 2,000 seafarers were on ships. Over 3,000 ships were in the queue waiting to cross. This is insurance matter, isn't it? So basically, if you don't take insurance, your business could collapse in a day. And so we need to make sure that people's businesses, lives, and everything else are secured so that there'll be security for all that we do. Basically, that's what.
Right. I'm still staying with you for your second question before I move to the next panel member. And the government of Ghana has introduced the compulsory marine insurance cargo policy. And I remember myself and you, including us, had to discuss this in studio on Metro TV on Lion Port. And you drummed home the need for this to happen and why it is important. I just want to find out from you once again what this particular policy seeks to solve. Yes, and why it is important for Ghana's economy.
So just a little bit of history. The directive for the Ministry of Finance is to be situated within the law, right? And this law has existed since 1989, PNDC Law 227, which had compulsory marine insurance in there. It was transferred into the 724 Act, Insurance Act of 2006, and now in the Insurance Act of 2021. So this is an old law that has existed over the years. It's just that attention had not been brought on it for long. And so the directive from the Ministry of Finance to start this by 1st February 2026 is to be put in perspective. Now, what does this seek to achieve? It applies to imported cargo into the country, not exported cargo. Simply because when you're exporting cargo to, let's say, Nigeria, Nigeria also has a local insurance law that makes insurance for imported goods compulsory. So we can't have double insurances for both the cargo living here. So we can't regulate what is going into somebody else's country, but we can regulate what is coming into our country. So that is why it makes it mandatory for imports, not exports. But even if you're an exporter and you know your risk, based on the trade term you are selling on, you know what to take insurance. For instance, if I'm selling my goods on FOB and I'm exporting it, I know that the risk of transferring it from my warehouse to the port to putting it on board a vessel falls on me, the exporter. So I'll take insurance to cover that and leave the rest to the importer to take care of. So basically, it applies to commercial goods coming into the country, which is compulsorily to be insured. Right. So the section 221 and 222 of the Insurance Act of 1061 makes it clear that insurance, the good shall be insured. It's not just goods, it applies to property situated in the country and others. So that's the first thing. The essence is that when your goods arrive, they arrive at the destination. So when you are going to clear your goods, when there's a loss or damage, you notice it here, not at the port of origin. So it is for the benefit of the assured to take the insurance here. When the risk of loss or damage is noticed, the insurer is right here. We've had instances where goods are coming. People have taken the insurance from China. Somebody lost over 78 of his vehicles, which were damaged. The insurance was taken in China. He contacted the supplier. The supplier said, I've contacted the insurer. The insurer says they are not liable. What will you do? And the policy is also in Chinese. Hello? So you are going to pay extra and go to China, translate documents, do this, do that. That's extra cost. So it is for your benefit to take the insurance here. They are all here. Some of them are here, right? My brother is also here. Kofi is my brother. Okay. So you see, so basically the insurance companies are here. Right. So when you take the insurance here, the benefit goes to you. Again, if you don't have the insurance, then customs has a way of calculating your duty for you. They impose a penalty for not having the insurance. So they'll use 0.875% or 1% at the airport to calculate the value, which is way higher than buying the insurance. So you're even paying more duty when you don't have the insurance in place. So in essence, you have to buy, most of the cargoes that are coming in here are on CIF or CIP values. And the insurances that they come on are on the Institute Cargo Clause C.
Right.
So if you are bringing something like laptops or iPads, what is your biggest risk? I'm asking the audience. What's your biggest risk? The screen crashing. Oh, so the Institute Cargo Clause C doesn't cover anything like that. So people have bought insurance with their money, but it's not actually covering their risk based on the items they are bringing in. So, and they will tell you that because that is cheap. What is the point of buying something that doesn't cover your risk? You are just throwing your money away. Foreign exchange going, and you're not having the insurance. But when you buy the insurance, that is actually covering your risk. So custom will not have to use that penalty to calculate your duties. So in effect, you're actually saving money. And then having your peace of mind if something happens to be able to get the claim.
Right. Great. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Let me come to Mr. Solomon Latte, CEO, Africa Sureties and Insurance Advisory Company, and find out from you, what are the economic consequences when businesses import or export goods without adequate marine cargo insurance?
Thank you very much. Madam Gertrude, I could listen to you all day.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, I nearly forgot that I'm on the
She's
panel.
always a delight to listen to.
Anyway, so let me call it the challenges or risks or exposures for non-purchase of insurance. The first thing is, for example, if you take an SME, a risk like what she described, maybe you've borrowed money from the bank, you have bought maybe 15 cars to come and sell them in Ghana, and something happens. either your cars are jettisoned or they are destroyed by fire or by water or whatever, you lose your capital straight. So your company can shut down. But the good thing about this is that apart from the marine insurance that you are buying, there's also the possibility of you getting credit insurance or trade credit insurance to protect that side of your business. Beyond that, now this is an SME. Let's go to a bigger company. Let's say a multinational. If you lose, you mentioned about 67 vehicles or something like that. 78 vehicles. Any company on earth, if you lose 78 vehicles, it will affect your balance sheet.
Absolutely.
So you have to find additional capital to plug that hole. So you can't sit and say, as for me, insurance, no, you need insurance. Beyond that, there are other risks like legal liability exposures. Apart from you not being able to pay your loan, so you've bought credit insurance, you can have legal challenges because you have delayed in providing goods that you have bought for others to send to them.
Right.
So you are not able to supply. It will affect your reputation. You have reputational risks. I can go on and on. So the cost of not buying that insurance that will cost you 0.25 or 0.24% is so huge that you cannot afford not to do it. So I don't know, but in Ghana we feel like, oh, it won't happen to me. Famenyame and this. Oh, I belong to an association. If it happens, they will look after me. But in business, it doesn't work that way.
Right. I'll still stay with you, Mr. Latte. Why do you think that SMEs and small business owners or, those who are into the import and export business always want to find a reason to avoid, buying marine cargo insurance?
Another very good question. You see, tax avoidance. How do they say tax avoidance versus tax evasion? For insurance, both are not acceptable. So insurance evasion or insurance avoidance is not acceptable. The thing is, many times when we are asked this question, the thing we say is, it's about education, insurance education. They don't know. But I think it's beyond that. There are several other factors that affect companies mostly companies that make them not want to buy insurance. First is the business module or the business plan. Funny enough, I've seen many businesses, especially Ghanaian businesses, that do not factor insurance into the business module.
Right.
So they see insurance as additional cost, and it affects your cash flow. But insurance should be part of your business planning, your business module. I have a friend, he bought a car for $160,000. Come and do insurance. I give you quotation. He said we got about $12,000 or so.
Is that a Bentley or Genesis?
No, it's just this car that's now in town. The Nissan Patrol.
Okay, the latest
new one.
Yeah, sure.
The car
2026
is
model.
nice.
Yeah.
The car is nice.
It is. I've driven one before. It's nice. It's actually luxurious. Yeah.
So this guy buys this car. Come and buy insurance. He said he didn't have money for insurance. But the thing is, for all of you sitting here, whenever you want to buy a car, especially a brand new car, make sure you factor the cost of insurance into your planning. The reason is that immediately you bought the car and moved it out of the garage, it begins to lose value. 10%, 15%, 25%. Then an aboboya, not even a good car, aboboya runs into your car. Then he kneels down to beg you. That's it. Yes. So you have to factor it into it. The cost of insurance is critical.
Absolutely.
So this is just one example. Yeah. But there's also the fact that culturally, we don't feel like insurance is something that we should do. Look, I do international insurance business. I have not seen one international company come into Ghana without insurance. Insurance is primary in their business strategy. But the Ghanaian businessman finds it difficult. I don't know why Ghana be.
Yeah.
So it's a cultural thing. Yeah. Then, of course, there is the education bit that we probably haven't done enough. Because if I listen to her, I'm an insurance person. I've been in insurance for over 30 years. Yeah. But each time I listen to Madame Gertrude, this is about the third time I've met her, I learned something new. Yeah. So the thing is, if you're a businessman or businesswoman, and you are doing business, let me give you another example. My house, recent floods. I realized that my insurance had not been renewed. This is the guy who insures my house. And somebody asked me, so many people have had their houses flooded, they don't have insurance, what is going on? Why are you guys not doing enough insurance education? And I told them that, look, if you have a house valued at, let's say, 500,000 Ghana cedis, let's say a moderate, house, and it doesn't occur to you in today's Accra, where it rains and places that have never flooded before gets flooded, it doesn't occur to you to pay 0.2 or 0.22% to buy insurance to protect your own asset. I don't know if Jesus Christ comes to educate you. I don't know whether you will take it.
Yeah, that's true.
So basically, these are some of the things I just want to throw out there. About,
Let's go to Mr. Kofi Akoto and find out from you, from a broker's perspective, what are some of the most common misconceptions businesses have about marine cargo insurance?
Good morning once again. Good morning, everybody. It's afternoon now. Good afternoon. Sure. I haven't wished my sister happy birthday. Please help me to wish Gertrude happy birthday. Today is a birthday.
Oh, I see. Oh.
It's a birthday to you.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Should we do hip, hip, hip?
Hip, hip, hip.
Hip, hip, hip. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Happy birthday, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. So, back to the question. Misconceptions, right?
Yes.
Thank you. I think that it is a human behavior. It is something that has got to do with us, especially those of us who are black skin. For people who have had the opportunity to travel outside this country, who have seen the benefits of insurance and all these things, including insurance professionals, they don't behave like that. But for us, the misconception here has to do with, as for marine insurance, it's too complex. Even when you've taken your time to explain things to people who need, they don't want to listen. It's not even with marine insurance alone. All other kinds of, including motor insurance. See, when I saw these floods in Accra last week, I wasn't worried much because, personally, I can cast my mind out to all those vehicles that you see, including buses, and tell you that less than 5% of them were comprehensively insured. Yeah. And if you go to NIC, if they check the claims that will come up, that is what you are going to see. Less than 5%, because those people, just like my brother said, Even our own houses, 0.2% of the value of the whole house, we don't want to insure. So they look at the value of a car. I'll come back to the marine. A car, and say, okay, if my car is a saloon car, say Toyota Vitz, which you have bought for somebody to do taxi. You buy it at say 60, 70,000 and pay some 2,000 cedis for comprehensive insurance. How much more will I pay for a bus, let alone a house? But we do not know. So consult the people who know for them to teach you. They won't do it. We have said several times, we've gotten down there to make education, to teach people about marine insurance, about motor insurance, and what have you, depending on the trade association. Going down to even micro insurances. The forum, this one is too small for us to talk about these things. I'll come back to the marine. But then I'm building up to the topic. The education is out there for you to talk to a broker, for the broker to teach you. So you come and sell your illness or your disease or the problem that you have for the broker to help you. No, you want to import. When you import your goods, the seller combines everything and then exports the goods that you are importing and add insurance, cost insurance, and then freight, and then you pay for it. Okay, let's assume the system is working with the Act 222, the implementation of Act 222 and the Insurance Act 1021. And you are supposed to have a marine insurance certificate issued before your goods are cleared. If you do not have the local insurance here, you will have to buy the insurance before you satisfy the requirements of GRA, the insurance requirement before goods are cleared. If you do not have it right now, the practice is that you pay a penalty and then you get through. So people are used to paying penalty. Do you think that they do not know about the insurance?
Is the penalty punitive enough?
I think that it is the word is lubricant. It's lubricative. It helps you quicken things.
Okay.
You see, it doesn't let you go through the difficulty or the sophisticated process of now going to talk to a broker, for a broker to come and advise you, for you to come and buy insurance, for the insurance certificate to be issued, for you to give to the bank, for the bank to issue you with an LC before the goods, you know. So they rather want to, okay, let me go the wrong way so that lubricatively or as a catalyst, I rather want to pay the punitive, within 1%.
Quicken the pace and go.
Yeah, quickly. Okay. But then, the education is there. You could have avoided a whole lot of things by talking to a broker or a professional for him to teach you that instead of paying for the CIF that is part of the cost, you could have just imported your goods free on board or CFR. So that you now buy the insurance here without paying double insurance, which is currently taking place. So, you know the thing. You don't want to apply it. I wanted to, okay, let me give you this scenario. So let's say I'm starting on the example that my sister gave from the Chinese market. So we are just using just one container. Container carrying sneakers imported from China, okay? The supplier bought insurance for you at CIF up to the port of Accra. The person is taking the goods from Accra to Burkina Faso. So you, the buyer, in order to satisfy the insurance requirement, buys insurance at clause A. So you know that you are comprehensively insured. And this comprehensive insurance tells you that the sea perils are covered, and a whole number of things, including when there's river water, rain, seepage. All these things are covered. Now, this buyer from the port of Accra carries the goods from Tema Port inland through in Sawam and then goes to the north and then crosses the border to Burkina. Let's say along the line, when you got to Insawam, there was rain, the road is flooded, and a river that is crossing a bridge happens to carry this truck together with the consignment and everything into the passage of the river, and then now flood water from rain has entered your goods, and there's damage. But your policy that was bought where? In China. You don't know whether the transporter that you took has goods in transit insurance or not. But then to your understanding, our to know misconception, because you know that according to Clause A insurance that you bought in Ghana, rainwater and flood is covered. You know that definitely when your goods is found in this crossroad, you are covered. So you don't even talk to a professional, you begin to make a claim. If the insurance company decides not to pay, will you cry? Will you say insurance is not effective? I'm making a delivery and I'm asking a question at the same time. Please write it down and then we'll come back, and when we get there, tell me whether we have cover or not. You see, this thing is very complex. And so at any point in time, you need people who understand these policies. Marine insurance is not just straightforward. So getting frontliners, even to sell some of these policies, is not that easy. You need to train people to understand. Even getting people to sit here to talk about this particular topic, you need to get people who really understand the nitty-gritties. Even simple types of voyage, depending on whether you have to go free on board, cost insurance freight, cost and freight only, is one side. And then the types of cover is also another side. Then all other things, talking about the perils, what is covered and what is not covered, is one area that people hardly find it easy to understand. So yes, there's misconception, but I don't think that it is misconception, but it is something that people do not want to understand. What happens? Usually, it is when an incident has occurred that people begin to think about what they should have done. Okay, so your car is involved in a flood. You were driving home, the road was flooded because of rain, but you have third party. Before, you know what happened? When we're issuing cover notes, somebody can have cover note on the vehicle and not pay the premium until there's a loss. Then they run. Then, thankfully, the NIC, together with industry people, talk about these things. So now we don't issue cover notes again. So even if you have to issue a cover note, on that same day, if cover is given and premium has not been paid, no premium what? No cover. And so you do not have cover. The same way, you do not wait until the loss occurs before you seek advice. There was a fire at Cantamanto, and we had gone to these shops to advise them on insurance. Out of about 10 in the stretch, only one had insurance. So one of the shops that was selling lace, the premium they would have paid for a whole year was the cost of one lace. And they had lost over 500 pieces of lace when there was fire. Not the bill, 12 years, what do you call it? So one of them was the cost of premium for the whole year. So after the fire, when we went to do the survey for the one who had bought insurance, and I went by this shop and I said, oh, mommy, what the insurance put a nanka yadi on a call you lace back up pair. It means your insurance for the whole year. Insurance for the assessor, Sawanka, a 70 year. After I catch them and say, nanka lace. Nasa lace back with the Kametra Kayashi. Meanwhile, it has happened. So that is, you see, we know, but we do not practice it until the incident had occurred. Now you go and call for intervention of government. Government should come to our aid and honor. You think that all those people who are building in the water area, they don't know that their place is waterlogged? They know, don't they? If an animal goes there to demolish, what do? They fight back, don't they? But then if the building is in water and then they open, let's say, the major dam, They tell them, forewarn them, there's going to be spillage. Move out, they won't go. Go to higher ground, they won't go. And then when they open the dam for water to come and then their houses are flooded, now they want to call on government's aid. Do you think it's right? Don't they know? Is it misconception? I leave it to you to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akoto. I think that with respect to the penalties, if the one responsible can up it a bit, let's say if it's 100 cedis for the penalty, you bring it to 150 or 200, that would serve as a punitive measure enough for them to want to do the right thing.
So currently the penalty should be without the local insurance, you can't clear your goods.
Okay, that's it.
That's the
All right, okay. Let me come to Mrs. Ma Kokonai from Hollard Insurance and find out from you how insurers can redesign marine cargo insurance products to better meet the needs of SMEs and the growing exporters that we have in our country.
Thank you. Beautiful insights by my co-panelists.
Thank you.
So our key focus here is SMEs, right?
Yes.
And for a while...
And exporters.
And exporters, right. So currently in our market, right, we use the marine insurance, which dates back to 1906. Mainly, the concentration is on corporate big entities, right? So looking at SMEs and what percentage they make of our economy, right? Contributing about 70% of our GDP, employing 80% of people, and 92% of businesses in this country can be classified as SMEs, right? And our Ghana Enterprise Agency defines who an SME is based on the number of employees and your threshold of fixed assets as well as annual turnover. So I feel these are highlights for us to look at to be able to unlock the growth in that sector and make marine insurance key in that marine will be designed around their realities and not that they are expected to adapt, right, to already existing insurance structures. So not an insurance policy, more like a trade protection solution. What are their needs, our SMEs? That's the question we should be asking. I mean, myself and my other co-insurers, what are their needs, right? The need to grow and expand without having to worry about the exposures and risk of expanding, as well as access to finance, right? So if we could move insurance from just being a product to a trade protection solution such that you are throwing in there your transit risk coverage, you are giving them claims support, you are providing risk advisory services, and they are able to access this there, you know, where they feel that the process has a lot of complexity, then it's difficult for them to also come to us. So simplicity against complexity, flexibility against rigidity, right? And making it accessible to claim faster and self-service. That's what I'm thinking about. Then we are looking at creating SME-specific products, right? Let's be adventurous. SME-specific products, where I was researching and I saw a US company called Travelers, which has differentiated its products according to what I categorized a while ago, in that it's a small business or it's a medium-sized business, and what are their needs. So they throw in maybe a fixed limit for that particular business. They'll say these are some of the challenges or exposures they have, and so predefined covers for those particular category of businesses. And we could further break it down not only to SME-specific products, but more like sector-specific products, in that amongst our exporters or importers, we have several who face different kinds of risk, right? So you have your agribusiness, you have your manufacturers, you have people who bring mining supplies, pharmaceuticals. Their risks are diverse, right? For agribusiness, you are looking at weather disruptions, you are looking at storage risk, you are looking at delay, and I'll come to delay in another sense, because for marine, generally, delay, no, right? So for SMEs, aside trade protection solutions, specific tailored policies towards their exact needs, we can look at also embedding insurance. And that, I believe, can come or be more attainable where we correct and better the systems as it is now, right? So when you are embedding insurance, like we have with airlines and your travel, sometimes you purchase an airline ticket and the insurance is already added, right? So embedding this for these small-sized or medium-sized corporates, taking into account what their exposures are, as I said earlier, embedding it during logistics or taking up shipment, or even bundling it up where they are accessing finance from banks, right? That would be a starting point so that we can meet them halfway. I like how my friend Kofi posed, or the ways they run away from it. It's because of the complexity, perceived complexity of it. And we as insurers, we should probably look at how we can break it down and bring it to their doorstep. So in a nutshell, it's not about best opportunities of putting out more products there, but we should be guided by the best opportunities of simplifying and making it flexible and faster for this kind of business, because those are their trademarks. They don't have time.
Still hold on the microphone. I would come to you before I move to Mr. Che. And I just want to find out from you what role customer sensitization or education, or even the broader generality of the Ghanaian people, what role sensitization and education can play to enhance and engender insurance uptake in our system here?
It's key. I'll say it's key. Although, let's take it that it's a new slate. We are all turning a new leaf now. It may be I've said several times, you didn't take it into account, just like the floods of last week. You probably had home insurance sold to you, but it didn't look like something you needed now. So it's very important we move with the sensitization. And I believe the conditions or the atmosphere in Ghana is ready for such wide-scale sensitization. I mean, any corner, any Ghanaian has, if not an Android, hold me till I fall apart phone, So you can reach a wider network of people with digital education. WhatsApp is common. Webness can be done. Social media videos. People are glued to their screen. Let's turn that into a critical marketing infrastructure for all stakeholders. Let's build trust with education. And let's kill the misconceptions with education and move insurance from just being the grudge purchase It will surprise you. You are not alone in this. Even as insurers, we find it difficult buying insurance. You find it very difficult when you look at the money that is going. But if you've experienced a claim before, like the Aboboya, I could relate to it totally. Because here is the vehicle parked neatly at where it should be parked. And an Aboboya decides, I missed a turn. So I am reversing on the fringes of the road to make that turn at all costs. And then runs into your Fortuna. Then immediately on his knees.
Yeah.
You know, when you are lenient, then they take you for granted. In this case, it was my husband. He tells him, you know, if you even move heaven or earth, the thing I can pay you is 50 cedis a month. The bill from Toyota is like 48,000 Ghana cedis. So my husband asked him, how long would you repay 48,000 with 50 Ghana cedis a month? It's real. If it wasn't comprehensively insured, then there would have been a setback for the movement of the family during that period. The Boya is not for him. That's why he's saying only 50. Yeah. And then to claim on his third party, you should come and sign the form. He tells them he's in Japan.
Wow.
He's in Japan, so he can't come and sign the form. So, moving insurance from cost, the perception that it's a grudge purchase and cost, and utilizing it as an effective risk management tool is very important, right? So education is really
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. Let me go to the Managing Director of Glyco General Insurance, Mr. Andrew Champong Che Esquire. There used to be one Mr. Foucault Che those days with Glyco.
That's our group CEO?
Yes, those days when I was still running around, I used to go to his place. If you mention me, he'll tell you. So the church, yes, absolutely. Awesome. So I just want to find out from you whether Ghana's legal and regulatory frameworks are sufficient to support effective marine cargo risk management.
I haven't mentioned Group CEO. Then let me extend greetings from our executive chairman. It was his birthday and I was getting a lot of calls. Where's chairman? Where's chairman? He ran away this year. But Glyco is 40 years this year. So
then you're like GPH. GPH is also 40 years this year.
Right. The legal framework in Ghana, I mean, Ghana has very rich laws that will give it. And Gertrude did an excellent job highlighting PNDC law since 89. We've got a 2006, now 2021 Act 1061, which is our Insurance Act. And I think we've done a lot on it this morning. So I won't bore us too much on that one, but maybe highlight some other elements that will be good. Because you see, we also have local content regulations. We go Petroleum Commission, we've got, say it again? It's a law now, indeed. Indeed, you're right. And my brother was mentioning how, you know, when we talk insurance being paramount, at the end of the day, you need the other players. Has Ghana got a shipping line? Has it got a freight line? Have we got the complement of the entire value chain? No. But we start from somewhere to get to an end. And you see, when you say marine, I would want us to perhaps just take a step back. Government is the driver of the economy. And His Excellency has done a great job, you know, setting Ghana on the international plane. We are looking at Ghana being the trade hub, the gateway for AFTA. When you get a contract from government, multi-million deal, it's engineering, it's construction, you want to do a great project, you need financing. Financing. That access to finance, this is where I'll start from, becomes one of the tricky, difficult bits in Ghana. And you mentioned how perhaps our financial sector are sitting on financing. But for a financial institution to give you a facility, they need comfort. They need security. They'll ask you, if you're going for a bank loan, for bank guarantee. Those of us who are used to it know that bank guarantees cost money. they would ask you for security. And the gearing may be 120, 130%. So the amount you want to borrow, you are bringing security in excess of it. You have to bring a house, perhaps have some cash collateral as well. If you look at our fellow Ghanaian, and just last week I was hearing some, they're happy to go and borrow some third-party security, or be property. They're happy to pay 5% or 10% for that security, to come and use it as the collateral for the facility. You've got the bank also asking you to put cash down, maybe 10%. And you're thinking, if I'm going to borrow $1 million and I have to get that amount of cash as security, it's a major issue. But here is a case where you also have insurance as an option. And the reason I asked and I mentioned insurance was, it's an alternative. It supplements or complements us so that we are able to do the millions of infrastructure projects that we need to do in Ghana. Here is a case where, by virtue of perhaps a credit guarantee bond or a supplier's credit bond, you are able to get that facility. The company says they charge you 5%, you say, yeah, it's too much. If they said they'll charge you 10%, hey, no. But you are happy to bring and pay some 5% for the security, or even more, in order to access that financing. But now that you've got that facility, the project needs to carry on. And we heard this morning that Ghana is heavily dependent on imports. We are importing the machinery, we are importing the goods. So yes, you have to procure and negotiate a deal so that you import the goods or the equipment you need to facilitate the project. Again, yes, insurance, we are there, we can help. We can speak with the supplier so you can get the supplier's credit. But at the end of the day, a lot of us seem to think, oh, they will decide. We don't have any control. But it is you who are importing. It is you who are the project owners. And so we know our law. And let me give big up to our finance minister too. You mentioned this year, he hammered it, that we need to take our insurance locally. The law says take it. It's not new, it's been there, and now it's the matter of enforcement. So if you're talking about a legal system, it is rich. The enforcement is where I'd say we need to orient our minds to. But here's the case, indeed, you need to get that insurance locally. So you can negotiate with the supplier, just as Kofi mentioned. Cost rate, I've done CFA or FOB. But the I element is in Ghana. So that when you have a claim, you can go to your insurance company here in Ghana, make the claim, and you're fine. Yes, you will go to GRA and they will calculate the 0.875 or the 1% and you will pay. But at the end of the day, let me ask you this question. Local content, are we helping our own? You mentioned the freight lines and so on, and I said, yes, we start from somewhere to get there. But again, if we are patronizing the local, and at least that little that will go to local is going there, then at least local will also build its keep. You see, we need to build capacity. At the end of the day, when you talk marine insurance, it's the same marine insurance that you will get outside that you will get here. The cost is the same. I mean, depending on obviously the goods you are importing, you do your risk assessment and you charge maybe the 0.25 or 0.5, or depending on it, a little bit more or not. But do we orient our minds that we will pay that amount to grow our motherland?
Right.
So that is one area that I'll mention. And coming back to the area of bonds, let me hammer advance payment guarantees. My sister will smile looking at me here. It's an area that we say is inhibiting growth in Ghana. Because you see, there is the LI 2378, Public Financial Management Act, where it's being said that from a number of the government institutions, if you need to take advance payment guarantees, go to the bank. But just as I was narrating, it's difficult, it's expensive getting the bank guarantee. But at the same time, who is or what is an approved financial institution? the Act clearly outlines that insurance we can give. We are authorized, we are mandated to give advance parent guarantees. So if you inhibit or restrict insurance from playing a part there, you're making the cost of development or advancing projects in Ghana very expensive, very difficult, and inhibiting our growth.
Right.
So it's one of the things that we've put on the radar, and we are hoping, again, the Finance Ministry, His Excellency, would give it credence and hoping open up the market some more. I know my Madam Commissioner from the NIC is pushing on this, but these are some of the areas that we can also use to open up our market.
Right.
So that the cost of getting guarantees, the cost of doing a project is opened up.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sticking with you still. In terms of strengthening compliance and encouraging business growth, what are some of the policy reforms you think we can initiate, you'd recommend that we should initiate as a country to drive these?
So one key area I'll mention, and Gertrude, you mentioned the Marine Protocol. We signed this with GRA, the shippers, and help me out, it was NIC. But one missing entity, I would say, was BOG. BOG, Bank of Ghana. Because you go to the banks to get financing to execute a project as we are talking about. Now, if we are able to get the bank also doing the enforcement, because I've gone for a facility, X million dollars to do a project, but that facility is paying that foreign company for the insurance which should have been done locally, then we are sending the monies out and not within. So it's another area that I'll say if we're able to get some more alignment, would open up the market so that at least our revenue that should stay in-house in Ghana stays.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you very much indeed.
Maybe I'll also add, and Stella mentioned earlier, digitization, leveraging technology.
Absolutely. That's going to
Again,
go to Mr. Chumesi. But
right.
you can give your take.
In which case,
on
I'll hold
that.
my horses there. I'm sure I can contribute some more later. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Che. Let me come to Mr. Emmanuel Chumesi from, he's the Chief Technical Officer, Activa Insurance. And to find out from you how digital technologies, cargo tracking, AI, and predictive analytics can improve underwriting and claims management.
Right, thank you. Before I go to this, I just want to share a picture of what we are discussing. Just when I think this whole conversation started, I just decided to look out for Ghana's total import bill. And this is between 14 and 17 billion dollars every year.
Right.
If you look at this, we have the refined petroleums that are coming in, that is in about 600 million. The pharmaceuticals around 200 million. If you look at food, rice is doing about $300 million. Chicken, my favorite, is doing about close to $200 or so million. So you put all this together and you look at even the mid-rate that we are discussing of about 0.2, 0.35 on this amount, and we are looking in excess of $50 million every year that could sit locally within the insurance companies. And if you look at this, you realize that there's a lot that we are throwing away looking at our traditional import system where it has always been on CIF.
Right.
Now, let's come back to the question how we can use technology to improve underwriting and then the claims management.
Analysis and analytics.
Exactly. Insurance historically has always been deciding on the rate and other things based on historical data, where we look at the previous past, your loss history, your experience, and other things. Now with technology, there is a lot more that we can do, where we'll be looking at dynamic underwriting. So now we can incorporate Internet of Things, we can look at sensors, GPS, tracking, and other things. So looking at some of these cargoes that I just mentioned. For example, if you take a container, that a riffraff container bringing in chicken, we can actually incorporate sensors and other things into those containers where right from the where they are setting off, we know the temperature that it was having. If it's on the sea and there's any distress, we'll be able to determine the shocks that they are facing. So right down to Tema, when they hit a port, if there is any claim, it is already known with these sensors. Then it comes to the claims management. There is a joke that to process a claim, a marine claim, it takes longer than even the voyage.
Is that really true? Because when the fellow falls into trouble, there's anxiety. The fellow is desperate. And so any small delay looks like, you know.
Exactly. So looking at these things and bringing it into the claims management, what we are actually doing is we are cutting down on the claims time, because whatever information that we will need to process the claim, we'll already have it even before it happens. Then we'll be looking at parametric claims. It happens, we already have the data, so we even do a payout before they even ask. And when we do that, what happens? It means it frees capital for the SMEs and all those that we are doing the insurance for, so that they can quickly go back into their business with least or minimal distractions. Now, back to the underwriting again. When we are looking at this Internet of Things and the sensors and other things, what we are actually doing is we are moving ahead with the risk. We are no longer relying on their historical data, although that could be important. But now we will be assessing real data that is telling us the conditions on the sea, the weather patterns, where they are coming from. And therefore, we'll even be able to charge them, should I say, scientific rates. If we look in the past, I think when we sat down, I was discussing with my sister Gertrude the work that they did on the various marine rates that we have in the system. That was very good.
Right.
Previously, it's just a single rate. We asked you a few questions and we slap that on you. But going forward, we can look at incorporating technology into the way we do things, so that instead of working with historical data, we will now work with real-time data, so that our importers and our SMEs, when even we tell them of the premium that they have to pay, these things are backed scientifically. They know why we are charging those things.
Right. Okay, I'll still stick with you also and find out from you how technology can, as it were, reduce fraud and improve transparency through the cargo value chain. Because believe you me, as we sit here, there are some people also out there who are testing tools and all that to try to circumvent and beat the system. And so what would you recommend that we do to reduce fraud and engender transparency?
That is a difficult one. If you take fraud in insurance, I mean, worldwide,
it's huge.
It's something, the leakage is huge.
Yeah.
Now, bringing it down to what we are discussing, which is the marine insurance, the first thing that we are looking at, which I think our regulator have done well, is the marine insurance and the aviation database. This, what we seek to do is, first of all, at least keep the fake certificates that people could be issuing at the port.
Yes.
That is number one. The second thing that we can look at is some sort of form a blockchain where we'll have all the major stakeholders tap into, so that from the time the container leaves where it's coming from to wherever it's going, we know whatever is happening. A common platform where you can access everything. And with that, we could be able to keep some things like lost cargo and other things where sometimes these things happen and you don't even know how they happened. When it comes to insurance claims, and especially with the marine, we are looking at when did it happen, how did it happen, where did it happen. And if we are able to put all these things together, all these questions will be answered.
Right.
And therefore, we'll be able to curb down on some of these fraud and other things.
Absolutely. Great. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a round of applause to our panelists? We're going to the second round of questions. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Emmanuel Chumasi. I'm coming back to you, ma'am, Madam Gertrude Ohene. Ajwa Ohene is your name. As for the Ajwa, if it doesn't come, I know I'm in Wahala. The birthday girl. And I find out from you, in our country, many traders still perceive the mandatory marine cargo insurance as something that they believe is an additional, as it were, tax, layer of tax on the already burdened, as it were, trader in our country. I just want to find out from you, what can we do to erase this perception from this group of people, and how do we change the narrative to get them to accept, to get their buy-in, and to get them to understand that this is actually in to help you and not to, take from you?
I think many people had that perception, and it was widespread because they felt the issue was coming from the customs imposed penalty, which is already, because you need that amount to be able to get your duty element. So custom duties are based on CIP or CIF values. And so by automatically putting in the 0.875 or 1%, the traders misconstrued that to mean they are buying insurance, which was something that is not the case. It was rather a penalty. So education has helped. I know that since we started this sensitization, some companies that were not doing local insurance are now doing it.
Right.
So it's about education and then the enforcement. The enforcement is quite simple. When you go to Nigeria, custom has an I in their law. The I says duty should be paid cost insurance and freight, or cost insurance paid to. And the insurance people also have the I, which says that all commercial goods coming into the country should be insured locally. So they take the I in the insurance law and the I in the customs law and marry it. The I in the customs law is representing the I in the insurance law. So without the I in the insurance law, you can clear your goods. Right. It's as simple as that. And as Mr. Che said,
this one is serious calculation.
Yes. The banks also take the fact that the law also says that anybody coming to do letters of credit on CIF values is against the law.
Right.
So without a Form M that goes through Bank of Ghana, you cannot do any transfer of money based on CIF or CIP values. So once you get the banks and you get customs in there to enforce it, we are in business. Okay. But some of to add to what Mr. Che said about regulatory compliance and others, what I see lacking in Ghana is the fact that we don't have a Marine Insurance Act. And so if you take our insurance law, even the provisions on marine, we are now making noise about cargo. There's also one line on hull. Nobody's even talking about that now because we don't want even the big fish. We want the cargo, as my brother said, the small ones. So nobody's even looking at the small one about hull. But hull is also there. Sure. But there are few provisions on marine. So most of the policies are being underwritten under the English clauses, which is based on the Marine Insurance Act of 1906, as Coco said. But there has been amendments, for instance, to the 1906 Act. There's an Act, Insurance Act 2015.
Right.
They also have Consumer Representation Act 2012, which has having effect on marine insurance. Right. So, for instance, principles of utmost good faith, warranties and others have been affected. How do we apply that to the insurance we're writing here? So we need to, as industry, also consider having our own Marine Insurance Act, where we can factor in our own local laws, culture, and the way of life of the people, so that when it comes to claims and other things, we'll know exactly what is backing it. Right. So it is important to go to that premise. But education is key. And there are some people, no matter what you do, they will not want to change their way of life. So the only way you can get them is enforcement.
Absolutely. Don't cede your microphone yet. I'll still come to you. Oh, clap. I thought you were going to clap. Absolutely. Yes. So I just want to find out from you again how the implementation of the mandatory marine insurance regime has affected cargo protection, premium retention, and the local insurance market so far, if you have been able to monitor and
This
see
one,
what's
I
going
think
on.
Mr. Chair and the insurance people should answer this question.
Okay, if they would agree to do so, why not?
Sorry?
You can see the question to them if you like.
Well, from where I sit, from when we
Yes.
started this campaign around 2017 till now,
Yes.
there's been a lot of improvement. When we started, all cargo imported into the country, only 6% were insured.
Yes.
That has increased significantly. We've had big corporations, some of them I can mention, that have joined taking insurance locally.
Right.
Because initially there was a lot of resistance, even from customs. So usually when I go to forums like this, and I don't see Bank of Ghana, I don't see customs and all the regulators there, then we are talking it to the air. Because these are the enforcers.
Right.
And so if you have discussions like this without them being there, you are happy to have Ghana Shippers Authority. They will take care of the shippers. They do that a lot. They educate the shippers.
Sure.
What about Bank of Ghana? The banks, they need to educate them. What about JRA? They are the enforcers who can make this work at the port. So it is important that when we are doing things like this, we get all the stakeholders who matter involved so that the education can go to all.
Right.
Otherwise, we'll be working in silos as we've been doing in Ghana, and we'll be talking about this 10 years' time, and
Absolutely.
then nothing would have been done. So currently, I can say that there's been a lot of improvement, but once we crack the whip, the penetration will be much more, so that we can retain a lot more premium in the country. Nigeria is doing about over 90%.
Yes.
Over 90%. We can get there. Yes, we can get there. So we went there specifically to understudy the market.
Right.
And it was amazing how, when they are organizing a forum like this, everybody is there. They have the cargo surveyors, they have the port agents, they have the freight forwarders.
Right.
They have everybody there. So everybody understands the system and is compliant.
Right. Okay, so we can clap, yes. Please. When we mention penetration, it's not any other penetration, but insurance penetration.
You
That's
see,
what we're talking
I didn't
about.
mention the word.
All right, so let me come to Mr. Latte and find out from you. And since we are talking about penetration, how can the insurance industry collectively increase awareness and improve insurance penetration within Ghana's trading community?
Thank you very much. I won't go to the penetration side. First of all, I think my sister and either my Coco,
Mr. Che,
Emmanuel,
Mr. Chumesi,
they've said certain things that will help increase insurance penetration.
Right.
The first is he said we have the laws, yes, and then the enforcement. So we have enough laws that if they are enforced properly, then what has been done in Nigeria we could also do. So we could get to the 90% threshold that you are talking about. So the enforcement is important. But beyond these, also the need to make insurance easy to access. And one of the ways by which we can make it easy to access is partnerships with groups like Mr. Wingobert's group, the Market Queens, etc. Because Marco spoke about we trying to understand exactly what their needs are,
right,
and tailoring solutions to meet those needs.
Yeah.
So that's one of it. So we once we engage them and try to understand, then we'll be able to do that. Then there's also the need for products. I don't usually like talking about products. I like to talk about solutions.
Right.
And fortunately in Ghana, the NIC has led the charge to introduce inclusive insurance solutions. So those ones help the ordinary people who hitherto wouldn't have bought insurance to buy it. And some of them are such that the premiums are so small and the way you pay them such that you don't even realize that you are paying insurance premiums. So those things can be applicable to SMEs and the other players in the market. And you see, when we talk about marine insurance, sometimes we limit it to overseas, transit on the seas. But there's also marine inland transit, which involves movement of goods within the country. Most of the time, we refer to goods in transit. The debate between goods in transit and marine inland transit will be left for those guys on my right. But as for me, I'm just mentioning it.
The train, freight,
Yes, cargo trains, yes. So there is that. And then there's also the possibility of bundling products or solutions, like Marco mentioned. I think that's a specialty. If we have to see marine insurance as an aspect of the trade ecosystem, so we're talking about African Continental Free Trade Area, there are so many components of risk management in there. There are different kinds of insurances, like Mr. Che mentioned, but marine insurance is also one of those insurances in there. So if insurance companies or the insurance industry will approach it as an advisory role within that ecosystem, instead of making it, we are chasing them to buy insurance, but we're making it a risk management function within the ecosystem, then it brings the education that we are trying to educate to life. And then it will become part of their lifestyles, or if you like, the business planning process. And now they will buy it with a little more ease than when we approach them and try to sell products to them. So, I don't want to talk too much, so I'll leave it.
All right, I'll still stick with you, but I think the other time I was listening to radio and there was this bank that was being interviewed, and they came up with a concept that they're going to use, maybe if you go abroad, we have what we call the corner store, where maybe, or baby, and I said, well, realize the Magid, and I said, not work corner store. And so they are recruiting some of these corner stores to be their vendors, that whatever transaction you can do in a banking hall, that fellow can do for you. They'll set him up. That fellow can do for you there, in that kiosk, in that shop. So it's just the same as you walk into the bank hall to withdraw money, to deposit money, and to do any other banking transaction that you think you can. Can't the insurance companies, in terms of their quest to, ensure deeper penetration, adopt this kind of strategy so that we can have, you all over the place?
Some of these things we do have, but we have them in different ways. Some we don't have. Insurance companies currently work with agents. And trained, untrained, that's another story. But it's the agent who is supposed to bring insurance. Kofi spoke about education. Bring insurance to you and help you understand what you are trying to do. Then there's the broker, who's also who's even way beyond the agents. Because most of the brokers sitting here are actually CEOs, most of the time they are past CEOs of insurance companies. And this person is coming to you for free. He's like a lawyer. Hire a lawyer. You don't have money to hire a lawyer. Now they are giving you a lawyer for free. You don't want to use it. So those are all available, things, or if you like, that we can use to make insurance accessible.
Okay, so let me come to Mr. Oh, we can clap for Mr. Latte, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, let me come to Mr. Kofi Akoto and get you to talk to us about improvements that are needed in claims handling to build greater trust among importers and exporters. What do we need to do?
First of all,
when I say trust, I mean trust too. Some of you will be thinking something else. Okay. Yes, sir. Please shoot.
Did you say trust or thrust?
Trust. Initially, I said trust, and it rang in my head, and I decided to come and clarify.
You see, when you mentioned penetration, I wanted to talk about penetration because everybody was dodging.
Right.
Then you go to trust and... Okay. So what was the question again?
Okay.
I know. You know, before, you see, there are a number of insurance here, so I'm not talking to you, the insurance.
You are talking to the lay people amongst us, absolutely.
Before you buy insurance, please do want to talk to a broker. My senior brother here, in fact, he trained me in insurance. When I started my insurance training, he was my boss. He nurtured me from the beginning. So please, let's put our hands together for him too. Before you buy insurance, please go to the gateway, which is the broker. Talk to an insurance broker. If you do not know, the services of the broker to you is free. You do not pay for it. What does the broker do? The broker will listen to you and design solutions according to your needs, not what you tell him.
Tailor-made.
So let's say, for instance, yesterday somebody called me and says, I want third-party insurance for my company. He said, hey. So I'm like, we don't have third-party insurance for companies. Do you have fleet of vehicles that you want to insure? I said, no. I just want third-party insurance for my company. And I said, wait. Just tell me exactly the situation so that I can advise. They said, no. I just want third-party insurance. Now, when you do that, you confuse me. Because I don't know whether I'm providing third-party insurance for motor vehicle or for what. If it's public liability, general liability, professional indemnity, there's some sort of liability there. So exactly what do you want? Okay, so what do you do? He said we are cleaning services, but janitorial. Okay, fine. Do you have a contract with somebody? Because usually those people will come to you when they have a contract with some multinational or some big company who want to do things well. So what kind of policy do you want? Okay, according to their contract, they are supposed to provide workmen's compensation for their employees, public liability for their various locations, they need to do a GPA maybe for the staff in terms of injury and all that. Now you are talking. So without knowing what you are doing, it is difficult for me to give you the solution. Yeah. Exactly this one. So, that's what, as simple as that. If you don't sell your illness or your disease, how would I know which particular medicine will suit you? So when it comes to claims, most of the time, you buy the wrong policy and you want to make a claim on that same policy that does not suit your need. So in order for you to be able to make claims and make it adequately, timely, what's the word? Transparently, just give me all that. You need first to talk to the professional who, first of all, will be able to design that policy that will suit your needs. I've said this one. Apart from that, another thing you can do with the broker, whose services is free, is that you can sue that broker. So, you are not able to make the claim, but the broker advised you and advised you wrongly. You can also sue that broker and get your money. Sorry, I'm using my left. Let me use my right. So, let's say I advise you to do a clause C on consignments that are maybe perishable, based on what you told me. And I advised because your money was not enough, so maybe that was okay. Now your goods come, and then they are all spoiled. You want to make a claim based on the advice. I told you to buy clause C, or maybe clause A. So if the insurance company is not paying because of the policy that you took, based on the advice or the wrong advice that the broker gave you, you can sue that broker and get your money. Because we are supposed to be, what? Professionals. We have professional liability insurance that backs our operations, and because of that, we make sure that we do the right thing. And when you are not able to do the right thing, you also have the recourse to go to the court and get damages to settle your claims. Aside that, you know, we are very good friends with the insurance companies, aren't we? We are friends. Oh, underwriters. And we are also regulated by the regulator. And so, when it comes to claims, the regulator has given us timelines within which to work.
Right.
At most, within 2 weeks, there should be some responses depending on the documentations that are available. And so, if you're able to provide everything, the insurance company should be able to also communicate with us. And so, it is only maybe the professional who is not proper professional, who will not be able to arrange things according to what is needed. Let's say estimates for the damage, the items involved, the condition of the good, whether we're able to service them or not, and all that. Okay, how much exactly are we talking about? So you are able to present all these things. You add some sort of documentation and letter to it. It goes to the insurance company.
Right.
So
okay.
you, the owner, do not go to the insurance company. It's a broker who does all these things. You will be at the comfort of your offices.
Yes.
And we ensure that this thing, the claims is settled.
Absolutely. Awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Koto. Let's give that for him, ladies and gentlemen, and move straight to Madam Ma Koko Nai, and find out from you how partnerships between insurers, logistics companies, ports, and financial institutions improve customer experience across the supply chain.
Okay. I like the way you call my name. It's not
you.
Nai, it's Nai.
Nai, yes, absolutely. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so the customer journey is not meant for one company to work hard, right? The customer journey is for multi-companies to work together,
right?
Especially in this ecosystem we find ourselves.
Right.
And that's why partnership is very important. Looking at the journey now is, for want of a fragmented. Everybody is doing their own thing in their own corner.
Okay, each for himself, God for us all.
Yes.
Okay.
And so the journey is fraught with lots of delays, frustrations, uncertainties, duplications, and what have you. When we partner together and say this is a single journey, customer journey, where your touch point moves you right into each other's space seamlessly.
Right.
I believe we will all be smiling and our SMEs will be happy. And so what partnerships are we talking about? So from the shippers, exporters, importers, your ports handling, logistics, insurance, banks, interwoven together, right? Giving you that single swift.
Like a one-stop shop
Exactly.
for all the
it would make customer service great. And then increase the visibility of the supply chain.
Right.
By so doing, you eliminate underdealings, right? So it's more transparent and people have confidence in what is being provided at each step of the way.
Right.
Partnerships would also provide access to finance as well as insurance, as I spoke about earlier on. So if the system is such that we are partnering, insurers are partnering with banks, swiftly as you go in for your letters of credit, they have a reputable insurance company that can assist you. So you're not moving to search and look for, right? That is not to eliminate my brother, but you can also get a broker to tell you.
No, he says you guys are good friends, so... He says you are good friends, so...
Always.
Yes.
Then also, partnering would also accelerate our claims experience.
Right. Okay.
Once we are sharing, insurance is about data.
Right.
And I like what my brother Emmanuel also talked about. Not only historical data, but predictive data.
Right.
And when we've plugged into all the participants in this ecosystem, so your issue of where the cargo is, when the incident occurred, all that information can be obtained from your brother or your sister within that same ecosystem. And so there's really no disputes and back and forth concerning claims, right? Because we are all linked in this together, data sharing and the collection of valuable risk intelligence from all of us coming together to make this better for us.
Right, awesome. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and move to Mr. Andrew Echampong-Che, Esquire, and find out from you how, it's similar to what I asked Madam Kokonai, how can regulators improve collaboration among customs, the Ghana Revenue Authority, the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority, insurers, and the maritime authorities?
Excellent, thank you very much. I think that's probably what I was going to mention earlier on.
Okay.
And you see, for insurers, we have NIC that has given us the motor insurance database. For marine, we have the MAID, Marine Aviation Insurance Database. GRA is running the ICOMS.
Right, yes.
And we've been talking about, I mentioned BOG, given financing.
Right.
Leveraging technology, digitizing the information that we have. If we have a system where these platforms are all integrated, then there is some cohesiveness, coherence with the data that is being shared. The solution Gertrude mentioned was superb. If you don't have marine insurance, you can't take it.
Right.
Because otherwise, one of the issues we were facing was, when it comes to insurance, I'm protecting my asset, so I would declare the true value. If I'm buying it for 2 million, I would say it's 2 million, so that if the thing goes down, you give me my 2 million. But we all know when it gets to GRE and clearing the goods, the value declared may not be the 2 billion.
Absolutely.
So that you would get a reduced amount.
Yes.
So if the databases are integrated, then straight away, once you declare it's 2 million, we all have
the same information.
Yeah. And we have a system where we are able to now check that indeed you have taken the insurance locally.
Yes.
We are all on board.
Right.
One would ask, well, have they got the capacity? As I indicated earlier, it's the same insurance. We are regulated by the NIC. We are licensed to operate in that regime. And as a result, we take our capacities worth. So any insurer, a prudent underwriter, would assess how much retention. If it's out of the 2 million and I can take 1 million comfortably, I take it. I may co-insure with my fellow Hollad or other SIC or name the other underwriters, and we will share the risk.
Yes.
Risk participation, we share the risk. And that's one of the beauties of insurance. Unlike banks where you may do syndication, insurance is able to do risk participation. And as a result, we're able to underwrite bigger risk. Okay? So I just want to encourage us all that we orient our mindsets to work in that light. Certainly if the information is shared, we are all good. Sorry, let me use this one. My brother mentioned a broker, and I'd like to chip in this.
He says you are good friends, so.
Oh, we are very good friends.
Absolutely.
We are very, very good friends.
Right.
We're working with brokers in insurance, underwriters, we work hand in hand. But I just wanted to also mention that a broker is also a chartered insurance professional.
Okay.
Not just any lay broker.
Right.
And I think it's important we see the distinction, because it's become somewhat common that the word broker is being used loosely. I brokered the deal. I was able to do this, and maybe it's an introducer, and so I brokered the deal, and I'm expecting to get so much. But an insurance broker is licensed. They are professional.
Yeah.
They can advise on insurance matters. And when I'm working with my fellow insurance broker who's like, I can just say, yeah, go ahead and do the risk. When you pass it to me, I'm the underwriter. I just take it underwrite, and I'm hoping there will not be a claim. But if there's a claim, I go forward and pay it promptly, so that we have that confidence that we are talking about.
Absolutely.
So maybe it's important that we note that distinction, that
Right.
yes, insurance business can be procured or acquired through an intermediary, being an agent or an insurance broker, and obviously through the underwriter as well.
Absolutely.
In building that confidence.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's give him a round of applause and go to Mr. Emmanuel Chumesi. And find out from you, how should insurers prepare for emerging risks such as climate change, cyber threats, geopolitical instability, and global logistics disruption? Now, we all recall that when the floods happened last week, the president came out and said it was due to climate change, and it's become a reality. We are facing it right now. So tell us, how can insurers prepare for this?
Right, thank you. So if you look at the modern risk landscape that we have, it's volatile, it's uncertain, it's complex, and also ambiguous. So I will want us to look at this on 3 pillars, which is the first one will be climate and then catastrophic modeling.
Okay.
We'll look at cyber resilience should be a standard.
Okay.
Then we'll also look at the geopolitical and then micro stress testing.
Right.
Now, when I take the first one, as you said, what we experienced last week is not just, an ordinary rainfall. Yeah. It's global warming that we are experiencing. Because whilst it was raining here, there was heat
somewhere
in other
else.
parts.
Absolutely. In fact, you saw the road, tires were melting just because of the sheer heat.
Yeah. Exactly. And as we are talking about marine, we're looking at conditions on the sea and other things, high sea levels, the melting ice, and all those things. So insurance needs to invest in technology that will enable us to model some of these things and see how they will behave.
Yeah.
So that in our risk assessment, it will be much more proper, it will be much more, should I say, data-driven, so we get to see how these things are working. The other one, which is cyber resilience, should be a standard.
Right.
Now we are looking at all the stakeholders coming onto what platform. Recently, we heard of the AI that is being used at the port and what it's doing.
Yeah.
Let's imagine somebody hacks into it. What happens? Yeah. And if you look at the operations of the hackers that are going on, it's not, we have the hardcore hacking, we have the phishing, which is, going on very seriously. The question is, our staff, okay, do we know how many of them are clicking on links, employment links, and other things that don't know what is behind them?
They expose you to risks, yeah.
Exactly. So is one area that we should look at. If you're going to underwrite all these things with all the automations and other things, then cyber resilience should be a standard.
Absolutely.
The other thing, which is the geopolitical testing. Now, if you look at the NIC, where we are moving into the risk-based capital and also with the IFRS 17, we should be able to stress test our capital and see, as insurers, that the risk that we are taking, do we have the capacity to comfort if the risk or the risk crystallizes? We need to be able to do that so that at least we know that we've built ourselves, or we've come to an age where when any of these things happens, we'll be in a position to sort our claims out.
Awesome. Thank you very much indeed. Let's clap for him, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, clap for all the panelists. We're coming for our third and last round of questions. And so, do we do anti-clockwise or we start? No, let's do, because she's the lead discussant. She has a lot of questions, and she still has about 3 questions left. The rest of you have one left. So let me start with her and do 2 straight up, and then come to you. So let me come to Madam Gertrude Ajua Ohenesianim, who is our lead discussant, and find out from you what practical challenges have importers, freight forwarders, insurers, and shipping stakeholders experienced in the implementation of the mandatory marine insurance policy. If you have.
Yeah, thank you. One of the biggest challenges I see why people are reluctant is about cost. Marine insurance has VAT implemented on it. Yes. And then you're going to clear your cargo on cost, insurance, and freight, and you pay another VAT on top of that. So that makes it a little bit expensive.
That's why they say
if you
it's
go
double tax.
Exactly. Other jurisdictions, there is no VAT on marine insurance. Because when you're able to get enough penetration, the amount that you get out of it will be able to double the VAT you are charging on it. Absolutely. And that will make it attractive for people to be able to take the marine insurance. Because the big assets, for instance, if you add Hall and others, will bring in the premiums, and then that will be able to cover the tax element that the government is looking for. So that's one thing that if we have Ministry of Finance here and others, they have to take a second look at that. VAT on marine insurance and having VAT paid again on cost, insurance, and freight on the import duty that will be charged.
Right.
The next thing I see is about, you see, you can't sell something you don't understand. So the capacity of the insurance companies themselves. I've had people come to my office to sell insurance of any form. And I can put them 2 questions and they run away from my office. So basically, I was once in church and there was an insurance company educating the church members about. Yes. And I could see that most of the things they were talking about, they didn't know. So it's important because marine insurance is modeled on maritime law principles.
Right.
So if you don't understand those principles, it will be difficult for you to even explain the policies.
Right.
Because most of the policies are both to blame, collision, general average. Most of all these things are maritime law principles. Sure. So to be able to understand and sell it. And you see, most of the time, the insurance companies, the big gurus like Mr. Che and others, they don't go out. They will send some insurance agents to come to your office. And these insurance agents are trained in like 3 days. Because I've attended one myself. When I started lecturing in marine insurance, I wanted to do practical insurance and see how it works. So I attended one myself, and the facilitator ran away from the room.
You're exposing a lot of things.
So you see, they have to build their own capacity. It is important that you build the capacity of the people who are going to. If you understand my business and you are talking to me, it will be easy for me to buy into what you're saying. Because if I don't know, so our speaker spoke about the fact that when they were underwriting marine insurance, they used to attend every workshop that Shippers Authority would organize. These are free. Sure. But you go there and you find only 3 insurance companies. We recently did one, and only a few of the insurance companies came. We did some in Takrady, and a few came. Some of them never attend these programs. So it is important that the capacity is built. Again, on the importers' side, most of them do, some of them do under declaration. Right. So they feel that buying the insurance will expose them. Because they need to buy it on the right values or so. So for them, they are reluctant to do that because then there'll be that exposure.
Absolutely.
And then, how many people are not working in insurance companies? Can I see by hands? If you are not working in an insurance company and you're here. Those who are not from insurance company. How many of you have seen your policy before? If you have a car. People are happy to see the sticker that they'll put on their car, but not the policy. So most people take insurance and they've never read what is in there. And so a claim happens, and then the insurer says, based on this and this and that, it is not covered. And they are like, insurance companies, more wicked power. But currently, the principle of utmost good faith also puts the burden on insurance companies to thoroughly explain what the assured is buying.
Yeah.
So it is important that you educate the people from the onset about what they are buying, what their rights are, what the do's and don'ts. Because most of them will just go and throw it somewhere. So if you know the precautionary measures, you put them in place so that you know that this claim, and again, understanding even the whole international trade cycle, to know whether this is a shipper's cost.
Yeah.
So for instance, if I have a container coming, and I know that there are 100 cars in there, and then the container arrives, and there are 98, I will have a way of looking at whether it was shipped or not, if I understand. Maybe look at the bill of lading. What does the bill of lading say? And that. But if you don't have that knowledge, then they'll bring claims to you that you do not even understand, and you have to pay. So to curb some of the fraud, you need to understand the international trade cycle. Passing of risk from the seller to the buyer under Incoterms, the payment transactions, the insurance itself, and other risk mitigation. So once you understand the documentations we use in shipping and all of this, once you're able to put yourself in that direction, you'll be able to pinpoint some of the things that... So it is important that on the importer side, on the insurance company side, and then on the government side, it's about the regulation and the enforcement. Once they're able to do that, they will see the penetration. So it is important that all those in the chain would understand their values and then be able to take insurance appropriately to cover.
I'm still sticking with you. Don't cede your microphone. Now, how can marine cargo insurance support Ghana's ambition to become the preferred maritime and logistics hub in West Africa? That's, to me, the big one.
To you, that's the big one. You can imagine the rippling effect of everything
because
we're
it
talking
resonates
about.
with the mission of GPHA, the visions, where we want to be the logistics
You
hub.
can look at all that we are talking about this morning and put it in perspective.
Yes.
We have AFTA, we have regulations under ECOWAS that allows free, duty-free movement of goods among ECOWAS countries and others. One, will be able to position ourselves as a business hub, because most investors who will come in will know that there's a lot of risk mitigation in the system.
Right.
And so we are going to have the economy will be boosted up. The foreign exchange losses that we're experiencing will be kept, because Ghana is an import-driven country, and 90% of things are coming from other places. If you look around in your house, most of the things you use are imported. Now we even bring toothpick and pencil. So everything is coming from outside. So if you were able to retain these premiums here, the economy would definitely be boosted. That alone can finance free SHS. That alone, and more things. Okay, so basically, one will have economic boost. The government will be able to generate the revenue. That will translate into the insurance companies expanding. So once they expand, they will employ more people. Most of our youth are not getting employment. And so that would help get them employment. There will be a lot of rippling effects. More brokers, more agents, more training for me. And many others. So definitely the effects are much more. The shippers, the importers, exporters will also have their peace of mind to do their work. They will be mitigate their risk against career losses, against handling by third parties. Sometimes you can't even trace where the loss occurred. When you're using a multimodal transport, for instance, where did the loss occur? Was it with a road haulier, with a rail, with this? So it's even difficult. But if you have insurance, you're able to have your business on it. But one advice to the insurance companies is to move along with technology.
Right.
Because I've seen that some of these insurance companies don't even have an online portal where an importer can place insurance. It is a no-no in this day and age. Even our children these days don't want to go to shops and go and buy what they need. They just sit at home and then order, and then it is delivered. So if you are in insurance now and you don't have an online portal where they made, the last time I checked, they didn't have a portal for the importer to use, but they had a portal for the insurance companies and then integrated into ICOMS for customers to be able to check. But we need to get the importer to be able to place, or the exporter to place their insurance on the portal, so that it's a one-stop shop.
Sure.
So that when it's integrated, it's so we need to also move with technology. So some of these things that we are experiencing, just like you said, a one-stop shop for all the single window, a single window system. So GPHA, port agents, insurance companies, everybody can go on that portal. Before currently, if you want to know about the condition of your container, for instance, from MPS, it's so easy to know
online,
the container condition report from MPS when the container is lifted. So you can see one driver went to lie, right? They took the container, got an accident on the way, and they told the client that, oh, it happened at the port. Then they went for the port condition report, and they realized that that was not the truth. So technology is able to curb a lot of the things that we're talking about. Insurance fraud and some of these things.
Sure.
So we should be able to get that single window system where all players will come on board so that we can facilitate trade. And when things come to your desk, please work on them quickly.
Absolutely.
So that you can give people who are using your service that assurance
Confidence,
that you are capable, you are reliable. And I like what board chair said, integrity is key in all business. The principle of utmost good faith that you say you live with, apply it to your business in all aspects.
Let's give that for her, ladies and gentlemen. To those of us who don't take time to read our vehicle insurance policies, how many of us know that when you have your vehicle and you are insured and you are driving, or you cede it to somebody else to drive, the fellow doesn't have a license, you forfeit your insurance? Do we know that? Do we also know that when you have your vehicle and you take it to a mechanic shop that is not insured, and anything happens in there, gets bent or anything, you are not entitled to anything? Okay, so these are some of the questions we should be asking yourself, and try to follow through and then read your policies and get to understand what it entails so that you don't fall foul and then find yourself wanting when the unfortunate happens. All right, so let me come to Mr. Latte. So, and find out from you, how can insurers reposition marine cargo insurance from a compliance requirement to a strategic business risk management tool?
Thank you. I think you asked me all the difficult questions. But I think as insurers, we should begin to move away from, Makoko used the word for it, from something and chase. You know, we are chasing them and forcing them to buy insurance. We have to move away from that to embedding it or making it like a part of a risk management ecosystem. From a regulatory perspective, the regulator will say, let's make marine insurance compulsory. Or the law says that for any goods or risk emanating from within Ghana, insurance must be bought from Ghana. That is regulatory. That's the law. Now, the job of the insurer would then be, how do I take this law and make it a part of the toolkit or the risk management profile of my partners? So, for example, I go to Exports and Importers Association, or GUTA, or the Chamber of Commerce's.
Yes.
We have to be speaking to them such that they have this kind of insurance toolkit as part of their risk management profile.
Right.
So that if their members come, they don't see insurance as a separate activity, but it's part of the process flow that they have to use for their business.
Right.
Then the second thing would be to, so this is the toolkit. Now, we would also have to embed insurance in the business, So first I've spoken about the business planning. Now I'm talking about embedding it in our own product. Right. For example, if you go to the banks, and you are going to borrow. It's been mentioned, all these things have been mentioned in passing in these conversations, but I'm just trying to bring it to the fore again. You go to the bank to borrow. There should be something like a financial systems ecosystem protection strategy.
Right.
Same applies to AFTA. So if you go to the Africa Continental Free Trade Secretariat, there should be a toolkit of a sort, or marine insurance should be embedded in their activities there, so it doesn't have to sit alone. And it follows in every aspect of the insurance or the risk management spectrum. So for me, that is how it is. From the part of the insurance industry, we have CIG, GIA, IBAG, Insurance Brokers Association, etc., IACG. So we all come together to promote insurance education. At the moment, we've all come together to form the Insurance Awareness Coordinators Group.
Right, okay.
That also pushes insurance education right from the schools up there. There's the Young Insurance Professionals Network that's also pushing insurance education in secondary schools, universities, etc. And every year during our conferences, the Insurance Brokers Association, the Chartered Insurance Institute, we engage at least 2 schools to push insurance education. So a lot is being done. And I think that's the way to go.
Okay. Thank you very much. We can clap for him, ladies and gentlemen, and move straight to Mr. Kofi Akoto and find out from you, how can brokers help businesses conduct better cargo risk assessment before shipping are undertaken, or before shipments are undertaken, so to speak? How can brokers help businesses conduct better cargo risk assessments before shipments are undertaken?
So that's the work of the broker. That's the work of the professional in this space. When you come to see the professional, there are various things that he looks out for. And for brokers, we are in competition with one another. And the measure of competition says that, so the measure of competition or competitiveness is predictability and then velocity. How quick you are able to predict the loss or the solution for your client, and how quick you are able to offer that solution to be able to satisfy their clients. That to distinguish you from the other person or your other competitor. But then we are together with the underwriters as well. We are able to serve the markets and know who has strength in various areas. Because even though we have many insurance companies on the market, it's not everybody who has that expertise in the area of marine insurance specifically. So when a company like Activa makes a strong point in the area of marine, they know what they are talking about. When a company like Glyco makes a strong case about marine, they know what they are talking about. If another company comes and makes a strong case about construction, that is their area. So for me to be able to assess the risks of my client and be able to provide the necessary solution to them to be able to ensure that claims are paid rightly, timely, adequately, to make them happy so that continuously they can run their business, I can run my business, and everybody is happy. I would need to understand the market first.
Okay.
Yeah. And also, brokers have certain partnerships with insurance companies. Apart from writing various lines, there are people also who have, specialty. They have specialized areas. Which they work. So it is not everybody who does everything.
Absolutely.
So when you come to the association and then the person does not have expertise in that area, they tend to advise this one. It will maybe.
And you refer them to the appropriate quarters for it.
And ensure that it's the right thing.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Akoto. Let's go to Mr. Madam Ma Kokonai. Yes, let's come to you and find out from you. How can insurance companies simplify policy wording and claims procedures to make marine cargo insurance more accessible? Should I come again?
No.
All
I
right,
think
sure. Thank you.
I think I've got it.
Okay.
So it is said that marine insurance should be easy to understand as a shipper's invoice.
Absolutely, yes.
And easier to claim for as your mobile banking. That's how simplified it should be.
Right.
But we all know the wordings. We've told ourselves where it came from, 1906.
Yeah.
So I think it's a challenge to all of us that we word the policies such that it's simple. Sometimes it's the fear that you water out the legal implications therein, right? But once we weigh to clarify, we get legal experts to see that the meaning hasn't been changed, we will be doing ourselves a lot of good with the people we are serving. So for me, it will be plain, clear language.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. We are told our time is up. And so let me just quickly go to Mr. Che and take one minute of your time, Mr. Echampon Che, and find out from you how can marine cargo insurance strengthen? No, that's not it. Sorry, that was for Mr. Chumesi. What lessons can Ghana adopt from other successful maritime trading economies regarding marine insurance regulation? Mr. Che.
Thank you. If we're taking lessons, we know that the marine law we are picking from UK, English law, 1906. We've got UAE doing quite a lot. We've got the Netherlands. But at the end of the day, I just want us to bear in mind that insurance is a risk management instrument. Risk management instrument. And I mentioned the banks earlier. That is a credit instrument. You see, UK has built its status when it comes to shipping, because it's been doing it over the years.
Right.
It's built a lot of capacity. There's a lot of intellectual property. And that's actually what is driving the UK. It's not a manufacturing hub. It's not producing. So if we are to pick a lesson, then let's master our craft so that we have intellectual property. People pay for value. You pay for what you value. And what you value, if it's not excellent, you will not pay for it. So I would implore that we strive for excellence. And I'll just say that at Glyco, that is what we've been doing, making sure we customize our policies, we design it to meet the needs of our clients.
Right.
In different spheres. We've got marine and other areas as well that we cover, the entire insurance spectrum. And so I encourage you all and say, Glyco, we're cushioning you for life.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I remember that advert when we were kids, where the guy was driving and whistling and enjoying life, and then the unexpected happened. Mr. Chumesi, let me come to you. You have the final one. Just 30 seconds, and then we go to the audience and elicit some questions from them and then provide some responses. Now, how can marine cargo insurance strengthen supply chain resilience during periods of global uncertainty?
Right, thank you. Uncertainty, I think that's the enemy of business. Yes. So when we look at how marine cargo can strengthen this, we are looking at safeguarding business continuity. As the earlier panelist said, if we take our SMEs that are importing stuff from Korea, China, and stuff like that, I can bet you anytime they have a container on the sea, that's about 80% of their capital moving.
Right.
And if you lose this, it means they are going bankrupt. So the sure way is to have a marine insurance policy in place that you know that if there is any misfortune, at least you can be taken care of by your local insurance company. So this thing that we are advocating is not just a regulatory checkbox.
Yes.
It's something that is supposed to build the local businesses, the local SMEs. The other part is you enhancing your credit worthiness. Most of our businesses will have to go to the bank for an LC or anything.
Right.
And for them to do that for you, they are very, very comfortable when they know that you have a backing marine insurance covering whatever you are importing.
Absolutely.
On the other side, when you are exporting, when you have a trade credit insurance in place, they know that with this, they are very comfortable. At least your earnings are being protected. You are putting your business in a shape and manner and form that makes it attractive to these financiers.
Absolutely.
So that is the sure way that we can strengthen marine businesses. And as we said, if you look at the situation where with AFTA and other things, where we are now looking at expanding into Africa and other things, you need, companies that have the capacity, that have the experience over the continent. And as my MD said earlier, if you take Activa, we're present in over 49 African countries through our Globals network. And we have extensive treaty when it comes to marine insurance that at least can cater for all your marine insurance needs across the continent.
Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Manuel Schmitz. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for our panel members. And cede to Juliet. Juliet will get round with the microphone and get your questions, and then our panelists will do justice to them. Juliet, over to you.
Great, Kennedy. That was an interesting conversation and a timely one. If you have a question, just put your hands up. We'll take a few. We are a little behind time, so we just take a few and we're out of here.
Thank you so much. My question goes to Mr. Solomolati. Good presentation. Based on the various presentations you made about the inclusion of insurance for secondary cycle institutions and others, will you advise that the National Insurance Commission should work with the Ghana Education Service to include insurance in the syllabus to take advantage of the relevance of insurance in our schools and the nation? Thank you.
Do we have any other question? If not, he will take that.
Okay. All right. So we'll take like 3 or 4. Go back and then come.
Do we have any other question? Okay. Mr. Wingubert had a question. Yes, just in front of you.
Well, mine is not just a question. I think we've been sitting since morning. We are more than exhausted. Your panelists have done a great job for that matter. And I want to side with my former lecturer, Madam Gertrude, for saying that some of this fora will need to have custom, in which, yes, I agree with her. I've been in about 2 or 3 occasions, and we do not see custom, we do not see Minister of Finance, and some of the suggestions that you put out there as to whether, how it's being received on or not. But I think they've done the use my job. The bottom line is trustworthy, utmost good fit. That's the, okay, well, I have worked in the insurance before I moved to wherever I am. So the bottom line is trustworthy. Ghanaians are perceiving that if you are going for insurance policy, but say a back claim, that is why I've told, when I had the opportunity to grant the interview this morning, I said that importers should make good use of the brokers. That is the surest way. So, and I'm happy that the brokers said it here, that even they are advising on freely, they are also getting business. But however, if their advices landed you on wrong side, they can be sued. I think this is the first time I'm hearing that one as well as myself. And I think that that is the consequence that we can draw. And so for me, when I was admonishing that importers, when the law enforce, and we are going to take policy to cover our goods, we should not just go to the insurance direct, but they should go to the brokers, for brokers to advise you and handle your, that would give you somehow managing your risk level for you. I think I didn't do bad advocate. You have to come and pay me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Sure,
much.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that we respond to the very first question, I think that's all. And then
Okay. So thank you very much. I think your question is on whether the NIC should include the Ministry of Education, should engage them. There's something going on at the moment. We have, like I mentioned, we have the Insurance Awareness Coordinators Group that is currently working with the various educational institutions. What I am not sure of is if they've succeeded in getting insurance education into the curriculum, because I knew they were working on it. I knew they were working on it. So at the moment, I don't know if they've been able to, but it's something we are working on, that over time, I'm sure we'll be able to have insurance in the curriculum. Beyond that, insurance is very technical. So like Mr. Wingobit said, it's about trust. And that's where the Chartered Insurance Institute comes in. Like 3 or 4 days ago, we inducted about 132 members as chartered insurers and fellows of the Institute. The idea is to make sure that beyond the insurance education, and by the way, we now have the Ghana Insurance University College, which used to be a college, now it's a university college, so very soon to become a university. The idea is to produce high-level professionals who would not just sell anyhow, but sell the right way to ensure that the trust that is deserved in the market is there. And then there is also the need for ethics, where beyond their education, they are also making sure that they pay you your claims and pay you on time. So they don't come to you when there's a claim and say, oh, have you read the fine print? The fine print begins at the sales stage. So I'm telling you, if you buy marine insurance, the gentleman mentioned clause C and clause A, B, and C. If instead of advising you to buy clause A, he advises you to buy B or C, and something happens, beyond his company being fined or having to pay your loss, they have professional indemnity insurance to pay that loss. But beyond that, the individual who underwrote your policy has the risk of being expelled from the institute, withholding their license. So there's a lot going on at different levels to ensure that insurance, education, and practice is for all of us our best interest. Thank you. We have. In fact, most insurers have, Mr. Che and you, we have, insurance companies have. In fact, marine used to be a no-go area. When we started insurance, we don't even want to touch marine because it was very specialist. It's a specialist area. So, but insurance companies do have. But of course, we advocate that those that do not have should have. So every insurance company must have a marine specialist, a marine desk. And, we should understand even the Incoterms that we use before we can underwrite properly. So all those things are actually there.
Sure, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel. It was just one panel, but they did justice to the topic. Thank you very much, Mr. Mona. Panel will take a group picture, so please, let's be upstanding and step forward a bit for the group picture. I understand it's Madam Gertrude's birthday as well, so let's use our choir voice today, okay? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
May God bless you now.
May God bless you now. May God bless you now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
Yes.
so let me once again thank the panelists here. Mrs. Gertrude Adjoa Ohene Chief Executive and Executive Director, Whitestone Shipbrokers Limited. Mr. Solomon Latte, Chief Executive of South Africa Sureties and Insurance Advisory Company. Mr. Kofi Akoto, General Manager, Akoto Risk Management. Mrs. Ma Kokoe Nai, Head Technical Underwriting, Holard Insurance. Mr. Andrew Echampongche, Esquire, Managing Director, Glyco General Insurance, and indeed, Mr. Emmanuel Chumesi, Chief Technical Officer, Activa Insurance. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a wonderful time having you on this plenary session. We'll say thank you so much. Juliet, please take it over.
Mr. Mona, drop your laptop and join them for the group picture. Okay. So after this one, we would have the board chair of the Business and Financial Times join as well. The CEO of BNFT join. Our rep from NIC is already gone. We have Mr. Salifu also join. And then we have Mr. Opon also join for the last picture. Head of event, please join the last picture for us as well. Yes, now. Right, Benson? Ladies and gentlemen, board chair of the Business and Financial Times, Dr. Edith Dankwa. We are getting close to the vote of thanks. So with a round of applause, I invite Mr. Stephen Doche of the Business and Financial Times for the closing remark. And there's also a gift here for our birthday man from one of our participants. So Mr. Doche, please let's have you for the closing remarks.
Birthday girl.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
Hallelujah. What a wonderful day has been. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Business and Financial Times, I extend our heartfelt appreciation to our distinguished speakers, moderators, panelists, for sharing their expertise and valuable insights. We are equally grateful to our sponsors, Activa International Insurance, SIC Insurance, Glyco Insurance Company, and every participant for your active engagement and meaningful contributions which have made today's forum a success. Today's discussions have reaffirmed that while Ghana has a sound legal framework, increasing insurance awareness, strengthening enforcement, and changing perceptions remain critical to improving compliance. We are reminded that insurance is not an unnecessary expense, but a vital investment in protecting businesses, livelihoods, and ensuring business continuity. The emphasis on developing simpler, SME-focused, and sector-specific insurance solutions highlighted the need to make insurance more accessible and relevant to Ghanaian businesses. We also gained valuable insight into how technology and innovation can enhance underwriting, claim management, transparency, customer experience across insurance value chain. Today's dialogue underscored the importance of collaborations amongst regulators, insurers, brokers, customer authorities, and financial institutions. My sincere appreciation goes to all our moderators for expertly steering today's discussion, and to our organizers and sponsors once again, thank you for your money. And to everyone who participated, both in person and virtually, thank you for your engagement and meaningful contributions. Thank you, and as you leave, let us continue to commit to advancing insurance awareness, embrace innovations, and work towards building a stronger, more resilient trade and insurance sector for Ghana. Thank you for coming once again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doche. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been awesome doing this with you. And once again, on behalf of the Business and Financial Times, our media partners, TV3, Asasi Radio, CT 97.3 FM, and the BFTonline.com, we say thank you. And a quick reminder that if you need valuable business news, always visit the BFTonline.com for your business update. I am Juliet Selassie Etep. I'm a journalist with the Business and Financial Times and online editor with the BFTonline.com, and it's great doing this with you. Enjoy the rest of the day and have a safe trip back home. Thank you.
Productions, sound, audio, and video. Mido 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 Productions, sound, audio,